song for a Battlefield 6. EA, we're begging, please don't break our hearts with tricks. Grab your controllers, let's hope for the best. We're pleading for a game that stands above the rest. Oh, Battlefield 6, we're counting on you. EA, your last games left us feeling so blue. Battlefield 4 had bugs that made us sigh. Crashes and glitches brought tears to our eyes. Battlefield 2042, oh, what went wrong? No scoreboard, no spirit, it didn't belong. We want epic battles, tanks that roar and boom. Please, EA, don't lock it all behind the paywall's gloom. This is our plea for Battlefield 6. EA, we're begging, don't repeat those old tricks. No pricey loot boxes, no greedy schemes. Give us a game that fulfills our dreams. We want a war that feels alive and grand. Battlefield 6, please take a stand. Gamers are praying from cities to towns. Don't mess this up, EA, don't let us down. We want maps that shine with beauty and flow, not a broken launch that steals the show. Your past few games, they stumbled and fell. Servers that crashed put us through pure hell, but we're holding hope like a spark in the night. Battlefield 6, please make it right. This is our plea for Battlefield 6. EA, we're begging, don't repeat those old tricks. No 20 skins for a rusty old gun. Just let us fight and have some honest fun. We want a war that feels alive and grand. Battlefield 6, please take a stand. Listen, EA, we're down on our knees. No overpriced passes, we're begging you, please. We don't need a store for every single thing. Just give us jet squads and a Battlefield ring. The world is watching from streams to the news, hoping this game won't leave us confused. Make it feel alive, let the battles ignite. Battlefield 6, oh please get it right. We dream of a game where the servers stay strong, where the hitboxes work and the lag is long gone. No more pre-order now for a shiny new knife. Just give us the chaos that brings war to life. With the frostbite engine, make the visuals glow. Take your time, EA, let the quality show. The world's holding its breath from New York to Nome. Battlefield 6, bring the soldiers back home. This is our plea for Battlefield 6. EA, we're begging, don't repeat those old tricks. No pricey loot boxes, no greedy schemes. Give us a game that fulfills our dreams. We want a war that feels alive and grand. Battlefield 6, please take a stand. Oh, Battlefield 6, we're rooting for you. EA, please don't break our hearts, we're begging you true. From the battlefield's dust to the skies up above, make a game we'll all cherish with joy and with love. One chance, one game, we're pleading today. Don't let hope slip away.
Times the detail.
Time to play the game. I drove my rusty pickup to the local game store door. Starfield gleamed upon the shelf, couldn't wait no more. Todd Howard spun his stories of galaxies afar, but when I fired up that game, I didn't get too far. Oh, Todd, you sold me stardust, but gave me empty skies. Promised me the universe with all your alibis. I fell for all your stories, like I always do. Starfield left me wishing for a game that's true. They boasted endless planets, each one unique and new. But after planet number 3, I'd seen a deja vu. The critics didn't love it, gave it mediocre scores. Just another space misfire echoed across the boards. Oh, Todd, you sold me stardust, but gave me empty skies. Promised me the universe with all your alibis. I fell for all your stories, like I always do. Starfield left me wishing for a game that's true. I searched for epic battles, but the AI wouldn't fight. Characters were wooden, and the dialogue was trite. Todd promised me the cosmos, but left me in the dust. Now I'm trading in this game, it's betrayed my trust. Oh, Todd, you weaved a fable of worlds beyond compare, but all I got were glitches and load screens everywhere. Still somehow I'm considering when the next game's not, 'cause hope's a stubborn thing, and I'll give it one more try. Oh, Todd, you sold me stardust, but gave me empty skies. Promised me the universe with all your alibis. I fell for all your stories, like I'll always do. Starfield left me wishing for a game that's true. Oh, Todd, you sold me stardust, but gave me empty skies. Promised me the universe with all your alibis. I fell for all your stories, like I always do. Starfield left me wishing for a game that's true.
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. Todd sold us Stardust, but we wanted a game that was true. We sure did. Did we get it? Not really, but it's okay because we have other things to play and talk about. But who knows? Maybe they will actually be able to fix Starfield. Who knows? We're going to actually, I do have a video planned, kind of doing a deep dive on their plan to save Starfield, because after all this time, they are not giving up on it, which props to them. That's nice to see, because I think everybody else kind of expects them to give up on it, but they're not. Allegedly they're not. They're sticking to it, so we'll see how that ends up. But anyway, how are you guys? How are you? We have some fun things to chat about today. It should be good. Yeah, did I see Randy Pitchford stuff? Dude, I guess this is already a new segment. By the way, thank you, Emma, for becoming a member right off the bat. Thank you. That's very kind of you. If you don't know, news time. If you don't know, Randy Pitchford is like one of the head honchos over at Gearbox. He's like one of the head honchos with Borderlands just in general. Like one of the legends of the industry, for better or worse. He's just a very unique guy. There's a story about him going to medieval times, which is crazy. And if you don't, I mean, if you dare, you could Google Randy Pitchford, medieval times. And it's one of those things, like when I say he's a legend of the industry, I mean, really, like the things he's done sound like legend. Like it doesn't sound like this could have actually happened, but truly he is just a person that's larger than life in a lot of ways. And one of the ways he does this, and one of the reasons people call him like sometimes a lol cow, the term lol cow often refers to like an internet personality who you are able to kind of troll and therefore milk them for lols, right? So it's somebody who like lack self-awareness, and you can like kind of poke and prod and troll them a little bit, and they will continue to get revved up and freak out, and you'll get a reaction. It's why most lolcows like have a lot of trolls, because they always feed the trolls and that type of thing. And with Randy, he falls into the same pitfalls. Like I can only imagine the amount of tweets that come his way, but at some point as a public figure, you just have to put your phone down. You know, just put it down. Put the phone down. You're not going to win an argument with some anonymous dude on Twitter. You're just not going to, okay? They're trying to get a reaction and you're giving it to them. Just stop. Just stop. You know, just stop. Thank you, Shadow Killer, for the sub over on Twitch. Thank you, my friend. But he can't. He can't stop. He can't help himself. As Paul clipped here, my man, you do not have to post this. Just say you're working on it. Basically, there's been a lot of frustration around Borderlands 4 over the performance. Specifically on PC, it's really rough. On console, it also does not have an FOV slider, which is tough because the field of view is very tight on console by default. So all he has to do is say, guys, we hear you on performance. We're making huge strides on it. We're working on it. Update soon. All he would have to do with the console thing is say, we're working on an FOV slider. Buckle up. It's coming. Because the game is good. The game itself, Borderlands 4, is a good game. If you are trying to sell it, you don't focus on the bad. You focus on the good. And you refocus. You refocus that way. But instead, what he does is he goes on Twitter and there's just paragraphs. Again, every time I see this, specifically Randy tweeting, I just am reminded of that South Park song, "Put it down." Like, seriously, code your own engine and show us how it's done, please. We will be your customer when you pull it off. The people doing it now are clearly dumb and don't know what they're doing, and all the support and recommendations and code and architecture from the world's greatest hardware companies and tech companies working with the world's greatest real-time graphics engine coders don't know what you seem to know. Sarcasm. Fun facts. Okay, well, let's tackle the first one, because this I think is also misleading. But this, what are we doing? You are arguing with somebody complaining about performance by telling him, go code your own engine. Like, this is a multi-millionaire who runs a gigantic company. Like, how does he have time to do this, for one? And like, I just don't understand what this is meant to achieve. I don't get it. Like, if for example, I put out a video that was really bad or something, you know, if I put out a video that's just, I forgot I was recording and I just kind of stare at the screen for 5 minutes straight. It's just a bad video or something. And then you guys start going off in the comments being like, this is a bad video, Luke. If like Jacob and Trevor, my team members, if they got into the comment section and started going off and writing paragraphs and paragraphs on all this stuff, even if they're like trying to defend me, it would be cringy. And I'd be like, stop. We don't need to do that. Okay. This is a problem. Let's deal with the problem. Let's not like cope and seethe. But that's kind of what's happening here when he's trying to like support his company, which I appreciate. Like, he's not just rolling over and being like, I guess, just devastated by it. But I mean, and he is defending, he's saying he's got amazing people working on his team, which is absolutely true. There's amazing people over there, but it does have problems. Like, just say you're working on it. I appreciate you trying to defend the company, trying to defend your employees and stuff. I appreciate that. But sometimes you're just going to make it worse by freaking out about it. You know, you're just gonna make it worse. The next thing he does is he brings up support tickets. Now, honest question. Have any of you guys ever submitted a support ticket when you have technical issues with a game on like Steam? Have you gone to the website and filed like a support ticket for it not running well? I personally have never done that. If I buy a game and it runs poorly, I just am frustrated. Maybe I'll leave like a negative Steam review or something if I'm really feeling sassy. But typically, if it's unplayable, certainly, or if I'm really not satisfied, I'll just refund it and move on with my day. I personally have never like gone to the website for 2K customer support, file a support ticket. I've never done that. I've done that with Evil Within 1, never. Never. Nope, I'd rather hate online. Never. I check Reddit and then a forum. Nope, only Star Citizen. Star Citizen, I guess, is kind of an exception because it's like they are specifically requesting you file a ticket because it's a work in progress. So I guess that's tricky. But I guess my point is I've never done it, and I feel like most of you guys have never done it either. Because typically if you have a problem, you just deal with the problem and you move on. Like it will take me more time to file a support ticket than I'm willing to spend on the problem that should have never been a problem, you know? But what he does is he points this out. He says, fun facts, customer service reports for Borderlands 4 are at roughly 1% or so of installs, which already is kind of higher than I would have thought. Like 1 out of 100 people are filing a customer service report through their platform. Which is just, I don't know. I guess that's just higher than I would have thought it would be. But I'm sure they have data tracking it from release to release to release, and they know if that's a good number or not. He seems to indicate that it's a good number. It's just something I've never done, so it's outside of my bubble, which is why I'm checking with you guys. But either way, 1 out of 100 are doing it. Using that simple rounded ratio, it's really dangerous to use just a simple ratio and then extrapolate data from that. But okay, let's see where he goes with this. More than half of the tickets, 0.55% of customers, are users reporting difficulty with their shift codes, such as lost emails, access, etc. Okay. I could see this. Specifically, shift codes are like the platform codes. These are things that are useful for like more hardcore players. And if you are somebody that is a more hardcore Borderlands player, I could see you going through and filing a support request if you are having problems, because you're going to play the game. You want it fixed. You know, your scoff level is much higher. You're willing to put up with more, right?
Okami donated 10 euros through Super
Thank you,
Chat.
Joji. That's very kind of you. Very generous. Thank you. Poggers, thank you. He goes on. The next highest ticket is about FOV controls on console. Working on it. This is the entire tweet. This should have been the entire tweet. FOV on consoles. Working on it. That's all you need to say. All you need to say. But he goes on. Next, 0.055% of customers are reporting issues with Twitch drops. Okay. 0.04% of customers are PC performance related, with CS flagging 0.009% as valid, with 0.037 have experienced success with education, such as settings coaching. Basically, they're having frame problems and problems with performance. They go into customer support. Customer support says, send me a screenshot of your settings, and the settings are like too high for the hardware they have, and they tell them lower the settings, and then they consider it resolved. That's basically what this is. That is less than 1% of 1%, 0.01% of customers using CS tickets for valid performance issues, which is less than 1/5 of the users using CS to get help with Twitch drops. Okay. All of this, again, he is extrapolating out, you know, across the entirety of the platform. But because I would say you're going to see skewed data by extrapolating the people using customer service tickets, because I think that's something only hardcore players are going to do who are like pretty embedded in the ecosystem over at Gearbox. I think people who are more like, hey, I'm going to try Borderlands. If they boot it up and it runs like ass, they're probably not going to the website and filing a support ticket. It's just my gut feeling based on the anecdotal experience in chat of what you guys are saying, but that's what I'm going with. But beyond that, okay, all of this is technically accurate. 0.01% using their CS tickets for what's considered valid performance issues. Okay, it doesn't mean that players' experience is not legitimate. You know, because what this can basically be used for, and what it seems like he's doing, is that he's dismissing the critiques over performance as people either just having, like, needing education on how to properly set up their settings, which, to be fair, some people honestly do need some like talking down. Some people are running with like a 1070 from whatever that was 6-7 years ago, and they're like, yeah, I'm trying to run it on high and it's not working. It's like, yeah, no, it's not going to work. It's old hardware. But this type of description and breakdown, it seems to be used to dismiss legitimate frustrations with performance. And people's broader point is that, yeah, you can go into the settings, you can drop it to medium quality, you can use DLSS on performance preset, and you can use frame generation, and you'll get much better performance. People's point is that you shouldn't have to do that. You know? People's point is that the game doesn't look good enough necessarily to justify dropping settings that low and rendering at like 1080p and upscaling to 4K, you know? Like, it's just, this isn't even really what the discussion is. The discussion is, it should run better, so we shouldn't have to do that. But he's just saying, well, you can fix it if you do this extreme thing that you shouldn't have to do, you know?
Adam Gaming donated
Thank you.
$9.99 through Super Chat. Should their platforms start getting sued for allowing these games to release broken and unoptimized? I find it hard to believe Sony and Microsoft don't know the games are broken before launch.
In their defense, I would not call Borderlands 4 broken. I would say it's unoptimized and it doesn't run very well. It's still very playable. It's just super heavy and doesn't run as well as I personally think it should, based on other games that I've played in similar rough genres. But yeah, I wouldn't say it's broken. So I don't think there's any problem. If like they were launching something like Mind's Eye, then okay, yeah, we got cause for concern. We can discuss it. But I would not call it broken. And maybe that's a slippery slope where some people kind of conflate the two. Hey, this is poorly optimized, and then this is also broken. No, it's like going to a restaurant. I got a ramen bowl, and my soft-boiled egg was actually hard-boiled. The ramen's still good. I'm still glad I ordered it. I had a good meal. Could have been better. It wasn't perfect. Wasn't as good as it should have been, but it's still perfectly edible, you know, even enjoyable. That hits close to home because that happened to me. My soft-boiled egg was hard-boiled and it almost ruined my day, you know. Not really. The manager was awesome. He came over and like replaced it. I didn't even have to ask. The manager just came over, saw it, was like, that looks a little overdone. I'm gonna get you a fresh egg. I was like, what a Chad. What a bro. Hooking me up, man. That's the guy. Everything is hyperbole and it gets annoying. Well, it certainly can. That's why I think it's important to be precise. And I'm not saying necessarily, you know, Chief Adam Gaming, that you're suggesting that this was like some sort of catastrophic broken thing. If it had launched the way that we received it the first day for reviews, where a lot of people made their preview videos based off of it, that I would say was broken. It was like, for me, unplayable. But they did patch it. Day one patch made a bunch of improvements. It's very, very, very playable. Like it is a good game. But again, this is why I'm always frustrated with games that are so poorly optimized. Is that then the entire discussion shifts from it's a good game to it's all about the performance, instead of discussing like the good game aspect of it. But that's just where we are. That's just where we are. When will people realize they can't spend money this often to upgrade their PCs? Well, I mean, I think even with this, the problem with Borderlands 4 was that even on the highest end, like with 5090s, if you didn't tweak settings pretty heavily, you would still be down in like the 50s to 60s. You had to like, the game is built around basically utilizing DLSS. It's just not made to run natively, which is more of an Unreal Engine thing than anything else. But yeah, it's also just hard to make a cell shaded game look, not cell shaded, whatever the name of the shader they use is, that particular art style. But like the Borderlands comic book art style, it's really hard to make that look super high fidelity, you know, because it's literally designed to not look super high fidelity or photorealistic. So by its very nature, people are going to see it and be like, it doesn't look like it should be running at 60 frames, you know, but even though there's a lot more happening under the hood, you know. Let's see. Oh yeah, the Take-Two annual shareholder meeting. They're going to discuss GTA. I mean, GTA is going to be the behemoth towering over the whole event. For real. For real. Luke, does console first mean one res or all? I'm not sure what the context of that is. Do you mean like if a developer says they're developing console first, they're targeting one resolution or all resolutions? Maybe. I mean, maybe what you're thinking of is like with The Witcher 4, CDPR said they're developing console first, and that's the primary focus. My understanding of that is that it just allows them to set up a target, and it sets the floor. So if you're developing for PS5, like base PS5 or Series X and S, like that is the floor, that's the minimum. So you know, if we can get it running here, everything above it will be able to crank the dials and make it run better. It's not necessarily just about resolution, but it also matters what the frame rate is. And that's why it was important that CDPR, when they came out with the Witcher 4 tech demo, they said, we are starting with PS4, and from there we are going to, or PS5, and then we're going to scale up from there. Not PS4, but they're scaling up from 60 FPS and going up. So should be good. Let me catch up on these real quick. Caleb, thank you for the 5. Hey, Luke, been in and out of streams for a bit, but have you seen the new Lego Death Star? Curious thoughts on the first 1K set. Dude, I am a hardcore Lego fan. I am. I like my Legos. I go hard for Legos. Was it this? Where's the... I had a video of it. But that Lego set, man, I don't know what the hell they're doing. I don't know what the hell they're doing. It's... I understand they're claiming that there's a lot more, like, complexity to it. There's a lot more interaction. There's a lot more nuance to it. But, I mean... Come on. Let me show you guys, in case you didn't see it. This is the brand new... Oh, come on. This is the brand new $1,000 Lego Death Star. Like, it's literally a pancake. And I get it. There's a lot of minis. There's a lot of minifigures. There's a lot of cool stuff. It's a big pancake. I'll give you that. But, I mean, come on. And listen, I am the target audience for this, okay? I love, like, the big Lego sets. Behind me, I have Hogwarts Castle. I've got the Titanic. Literally, right here is another Lego set I still have to build. I've been waiting to do it on stream, but I was hoping to get, like, Hogwarts news or something. I literally have this just sitting over there. It's the Gringotts Bank, okay? So I like Lego. I'm their target audience, okay? But I'm even telling you, this looks like ass. I mean, come on. Come on. This is the old model. It's retired now. But I remember when this dropped and it was kind of scandalous because it was all empty with no outer shell. People were like, so it's just like a few floors? Like, it's hard to do the Death Star right. I get it. I get it. It's tough to do this in a way where people are happy about it. But I would say if you can't do something well, like, don't do it. You know? Don't do it. There's been some custom ones done. Like this one was even interesting. You guys remember this one from back in the day? This one, it didn't have any interiors, but it did have the look of it. It did look accurate to it. So that one's at least kind of cool. And I guess it just depends on what you're looking for. But all I know is that this ain't it. You know, this ain't it. And again, I'm the target audience, and even I'm like, no. Yeah, just no. I'm looking at, I'm like, what would I, like, imagine me putting this in the background. It's there and it's just a big circle. Like, what are we doing? What are we doing? If it's like we can't do a full interior Death Star for $1,000, okay, I guarantee you, if you did like a $3,000-$4,000 Death Star Lego set that was massive, had interiors, and from the exterior looked like the Death Star, people would buy it. hardcore Star Wars fans, hardcore Lego fans would buy it. I'm just saying, okay? Lego people are weird. Star Wars people are weird. If you did like a $3,000-$4,000 set, I think people would still buy it because people are weird. People are weird like that. But you got to give them something that excites them and something that looks badass. And I just don't think this is it. So I'm hoping that they come out with some other like crazy set. Because as of right now, I don't think there really is anything. Like even some of the other sets. Rivendell looks cool. I have the Titanic. But Neuschwanstein Castle. I flew over this in Microsoft Flight Simulator, actually. I wanted to see what it looked like myself. So I did. Yeah, Rivendell has always looked cool. This one looked good. It's very cute. All the minis and stuff. Even the statues are miniatures. That's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. Oh, yeah, the Black Pearl. But they don't call it the Black Pearl, do they? They call it Captain Jack Sparrow's pirate ship. It's not the Black Pearl. Not the Black Pearl. But this, okay. I'm interested in this. This looks cool. I love ships. I love Lego. This I like. So like this one I'm into. $380. It's about what I'd expect for $380, you know? That's not insane. I can understand that. So I can work with that. But anyway, I could talk about that for ages. Well beyond when you'd be happy for me to talk about. Also, soon I will have another addition to the studio. When I went to KCD Fan Fest, they actually had recreations of Sir Radzig's swords made, and they gave them to us. And as you can see, Sir Denny actually filmed a video of us on stage. And it was pretty cool. They had these whole like massive boxes and everything, and we got the swords and everything. It's pretty cool. Toby's up there. It was really cool. I'm glad somebody filmed it, but they had to ship it from Prague to the States for me. Because I don't know how you get a sword through security, and they were like, yeah, we don't know either. So they generously offered to ship it to me, and I'm still waiting on it. It has a long way to go, and I hope it gets here okay. It's crossing an ocean for me. But when it gets here, I'll unbox it live. I'm hoping maybe this week we get it. I don't know how that works.
Tyler Szynski donated $10 through Super Chat. Been playing the original Assassin's Creed 3 on Ubisoft Connect as they delisted the game. The remaster changed the art style. I believe I owned it on Xbox, but it's not there now. Nobody's spoken out.
Oh, AC3 on Ubisoft Connect. How much was that shipping? I have no idea, dude. They were like, we'll send it to you. We'll take care of it. It's like, okay, I respect it. You do what you gotta do. Do what you gotta do. But I'm sure it wasn't cheap. It's gotta be. You said that AC3 was delisted on Ubisoft Connect. Is it because they have Ubisoft or the AC3 remastered? I don't know. For me, I ran into a problem where I had, yeah, they have the remastered standard edition on. Maybe that's why. Did they do something where they like auto upgraded you to AC3 remastered? Is that what happened? Maybe. That's weird. Got delisted on Steam, at least when the remaster came out. There was a whole thing about it. I vaguely remember that. My frustration is that it lost all the cloud saves when they did all this stuff. So like even Black Flag, I had a save that I had worked on so hard. I don't think it was like 100%, but it was up there, dude. Like I played the crap out of AC Black Flag. And then when they did all that stuff, something happened with the cloud saves and like they're all lost. And I was like, am I the only one? I Googled it and all over Reddit, tons of people had that happen too. It's like that just hurts. Because there's something so special about going back to a game you used to play the crap out of, and then you load back into that same save, and you're like, I remember that. I remember when I made like the cosmetics look like oh, cool. I remember all that. It was really, really cool. It's really cool. But yeah, what are you gonna do? What are you gonna do? I mean, back in the day, if you bought a game physically, like, and then you played it on PS2 or something, like you lose the PS2 or the PS2 dies or whatever, like it's also gone. So I think it's just, it hurts extra because I know that there's the potential. Like it could be out there somewhere, but it's not, you know, it's not. I will say, seeing some of these sizzle reel shots of AC3 was AC2 made me fall in love with open world games, I think. And then AC3 really excited me in the sense that like I saw the vision of what the next generation of open world games was going to be. Because AC3 was a weird game because it came at the time where they weren't technically ready for it. So they wanted to do it, but it just wasn't there. Like if you remember AC3, it was weird because like they had their cities along the coast. They had these like different cities you could kind of fast travel to, and each of them was isolated and by itself. And then they had sort of areas where you could travel deeper inland, but they were all just like generic forest. So you travel through the forest, then you could arrive at a new spot over here. But it was a bunch of little mini maps, you know, that were all kind of standalone, and it just didn't. I don't know. It didn't work quite as well as I thought it would. And they had other things. Like you remember they had the whole trading like ship system where you could send ships and stuff, but it like they didn't have the ship stuff working yet that they would eventually use in Black Flag and everything. So it was all just very early. You know, it was very early, but you could see the vision of what they wanted to do, where it was all connected and all seamless, and they were building up to it. And I also just happen to love this period of American history, and I thought the recreations were beautiful of these cities. But yeah, it's an important game. An important game in the history of AC, I think. Yeah. Very Bethesda-like. Yeah, except this was like literally 11 years before Starfield even came out. So they were a solid decade ahead of time, but yeah. It was a game that was like too ambitious for its own good, I think. Connor also, I will say Connor gets a bad rap as a protagonist, mainly because most of his dialogue is super, super freaking dry. There are some quest lines where you get to understand him as a character and he's like way better. And you're like, oh, why didn't you lead with this? But yeah, I think for most people who just beeline through like the main story, Connor's probably like one of the most dry and monotone characters probably ever. But that game also gave us another character that I would love to see again. Would love to see him again. Hatham. What is this? Hatham, legendary creature, human knight. Other knights you control get +2/+2 of protection from assassins when Hatham. Was this an actual thing? Was there an actual like crossover AC magic card? Was this an actual thing? Do we have any Magic the Gathering fans here? Yeah, kind of stunk. Dude, I had no idea though. I have literally down there, Jacob, by the way, we have to play. Oh, it's right there. I have the Fallout Magic the Gathering deck that I got. So I want to play with that. Dude, I wonder if you can still get it. You say it stunk? I wonder if you can even find it anymore. Oh, sort of. Is this the right thing? This is like 2024. I vaguely remember this. Interesting. Training, get decked out, boosters, rares. Okay. Interesting. Okay. Interesting. Who knew? I thought it was like a fan-made card for Hatham, but no, it's real. Okay. Look up Ezio's Land. Oh, really? Is it good? Is it this one? Oh, well, that's just cool, though. Spells you have cast have free running. Whenever Ezio deals combat damage to a player, you may pay these mana. If that player has 10 or less life, when you do, that player loses the game. Dude, you literally have an assassination ability. If they have 10 or less life, you can just tap them if you have enough mana. That's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. That's funny. Just do the one and done. He said the lands specifically. Horizon Lands print. That's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. Huh? Who knew? Who knew? I do have what was it called? What was that called? Brotherhood of Venice. That's what it is. Assassin's Creed Brotherhood of Venice. This thing. I do have this. It's tucked in a bin in my garage. It's like a picture of it. Oh, it's all shut down now. That's too bad. It's like there's a ton of models and stuff for it. It was like initially, I think, a Kickstarter or something, and they hooked me up with it. Is this it? No, this isn't it. Oh, the website's kind of busted. That's too bad. Maybe I'll break it out one day, because there's a bunch of these miniatures, and like they're really, really high quality, but I've never like actually gone through and gotten to play it with somebody. But it's like a whole game with like sealed envelopes and little puzzles and narrative stuff in it. I think it'd be really cool to play, but I've never had anybody to play it with. It's a story-driven campaign of 26 memories in Venice, the heart of Italian Renaissance, 1 to 4 players. Like, it's a cool idea. Like a tabletop narrative game. It's kind of cool, but I've never gotten to play it. I don't know. Maybe we'll do a fan meetup and we can play it together. Maybe we'll do that. I'll play with you, friend. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, we'll get together. Chief Adam, thank you for the 5. Wasn't talking about the Borderlands specifically. I was talking about the industry as a whole. Sorry, I made my comment clear. No, you're totally fine. That's why I said I don't think that's what you were saying. But no, I do think that in the cases where a game oversteps and is really busted, we have seen companies step in. Steam generally has the approach that they give you a refund option. If it's busted, refund it, and the developer and publisher deals with the consequences of that. It costs them money every time you refund a game, so they're incentivized not to launch it broken. And on the part of like Sony, we've seen Sony step up and delist games when they're really busted, whether it's Cyberpunk or I think they did the same thing with Mind's Eye as well. So they will if it's like broken, but if it just runs poorly or is like buggy, that I don't think crosses the line, you know. But in the cases where it's broken, I think they definitely do that. AC3 has keys on or for Steam online for like $300 to $500. Really? Dude, if only I could sell my key, because I have one of those OGs as well. I don't even know if it works anymore. I don't know if you can even boot it up, because a bunch of those like pre-remastered versions of those games just don't work anymore. Let's see. Dying Light the Beast. Yeah, it looks good. Looks very good. Let me see. Make sure I caught up on all this. Jordan, imagine if he only said, "We've heard you and are working on it." We'd be talking about how great they are and how they listen and act quickly. Yeah, literally. I mean, it's really easy. One of the lines in Hamilton, the musical, Aaron Burr just simply tells Hamilton, talk less, smile more. don't let them know what you're against or what you're for. And it's literally, if you say something, it's literally just going to be used as ammunition against you. And that's what you see playing out now. If he just stayed quiet, the situation would be the same. There'd still be people complaining about the game's performance, which is happening now, even after he said that stuff. But you would not now also have people like frustrated with how you framed it, how you discussed it, how you chose to go about it. Like, he literally just has to put the phone down and he'll be okay. But he just cannot control himself. It's really bizarre. It's really, really bizarre. Let's see. Samvaj, thank you for the 2. Oh, yeah, I mentioned that one. Console first. I500F, thank you for that 7. Let's see. Been playing a bunch of Forza Horizon 5. Do you think they could extend the licensing because of the PS5 release? Also, what's your take on Forza 6 in 2026? Yeah, they're going to throw money at it because Forza blew up on PlayStation. So you better believe they're going to put a lot of eggs in that basket. It's a very, very big game on PlayStation. So yes, I think they're going to continue to pour money into it. As for release timings, I honestly don't know. I'm not too familiar with it, but I believe they're going to really push for it. As for extending licensing deals, personally, I think after the Crew debacle, a lot of companies are going to be more cautious with how they negotiate deals. I think when Ubisoft made the deals for the Crew, they honestly thought it was not going to be perceived as a big deal when they eventually shut down the Crew because of licensing problems and move everybody over to the Crew 2 with fresh licensing deals. I think they really thought people wouldn't care back in whatever that was, 2014, 15, whenever they would have been negotiating. And now it's pretty clear people do care. And so they're like, okay, moving forward, we've got to do it differently. And I think everybody else is noticing that too. You know, Ubisoft is kind of the, okay, don't do that. You know, that they kind of take that role for a lot of people within the industry, it feels like. Yeah. Do I play D&D 5e? It's primarily what we play. We have talked about, me and my group, we've talked about trying Call of Cthulhu. I think that seems fun. But Call of Cthulhu as a system, Call of Cthulhu as a system is really, really, it's like the tabletop specifically. Call of Cthulhu is really cool, but like in D&D, a lot of the game is about you going and like fighting monsters and stuff, right? In Call of Cthulhu, that is not what the game is. Call of Cthulhu, like you get injured, it takes you weeks to heal. It takes you, I mean, you might not ever heal. You can have like mental breakdowns and lose your mind because you saw some horrifying creature. Like it is a very, very different kind of game. Really fun for like the theater of the mind, you know, if you want to just imagine and go through this amazing story, you can have a great time with it. But yeah, like Hebemura puts it very, very well, Cthulhu is more about managing sanity and the mystery of it. Yes. Whereas D&D can be much more about build crafting and combat, which lots of people have fun with. But having DM'd a D&D campaign for an entire year. We did a whole year campaign. We got all the way through it, amazingly enough. But having done that, I will say there are some players that are much more like combat focused. And so they're min-maxers and everything is like, they literally will Google most broken builds in D&D 5e. And then that's how they play it. And every time they level up, every time they get an item, they are getting the item and building their character for that. And when everybody else is not playing that way, it can kind of kill it because that's just not how, you know, everybody's having different ways and finding different ways to have fun, you know, and that can cause some drama because one person might be having a great time doing just narrative role play, but if the other players have to have really intense combat and they have to have the combat balance to them to make it fun, everybody else is going to get crushed and they won't have fun. So you just have to make sure that you have players that have the same goals and everybody's kind of on the same page. Because if you have a combat focused player with a bunch of narrative focused players, somebody's not going to have that much fun. So you got to unify it. And Call of Cthulhu can be nice because it's so punishing that it forces everybody to play the same. Whereas D&D 5e is kind of opened up. So there's a lot of variability, you know. Exactly. It's different flavors of TTRPG. I've just learned that the crucial thing is to be super transparent with players as to what they're going to get. Because if you tell somebody we're going to do D&D 5e and they think that they're going to have, it's going to be like combat focused, it's going to be dungeon crawling and fighting waves of bosses and monsters and stuff. But you as the DM are thinking we're going to do some like intense role play and we're going to tell a story. And yeah, there will be combat, but it's mainly about the story. Those two different ideas of what's going to happen are going to lead to friction later. So you just got to get very clear with it, but you can have a lot of fun. You can have a lot of fun with it. So yeah, you're going to have a bad time. Yeah. You're describing my current campaign to a T. Oh yeah, Sarah, it's really good if you're playing with friends and people that you can be very clear and direct with. Cause I've had, like I had one player who it was only like literally only had fun if they were doing the finishing kills on certain monsters. Like if the boss fight was happening and they did a lot of damage, but somebody else got the finishing blow, it would like ruin their night and they would sulk in the corner about it. And it was like, what? But that's not fair to everybody else, because now everybody else, if I'm like, I want that person to have fun, now those other players can never be the finisher. Like they can never do it. So it kind of turns into, you know, main character syndrome for some players. And you just have to like be very, very clear and very upfront and communicate clearly with people. Because the more you let it fester and boil and just sit there, it'll just get worse. You know, it'll just get worse. So you just got to be very clear with people. A min-maxer who also takes over narrative events for other characters is really frustrating. Oh yeah, like they step in like, I will handle this for you. It's like a character meeting their long lost father. Major moment of character, like the character arc is completing. I step up and I say, I am your father now. It's like, shut up. Stop it. Please don't do that. But that's why sometimes, honestly, like a one shot, you don't really get to see how players really function. I actually think it's probably ideal to do like 4 sessions, like maybe a mini adventure, not a campaign, but like a mini adventure. Do like 4 or 5 sessions with a group of players before you settle in for a campaign, because you'll figure out real quick if they jive together, and those little eccentricities will start to show, you know. Because I had a player who literally like was totally obsessed with power, literally would like screw over other people in the party if it meant that they could get a better item. And they might be playing somebody that doesn't use like a wisdom stat, for example. They like their build doesn't use wisdom at all, but they go and they see an item that gives +5 wisdom, some crazy item that can do that. Literally has no effect whatsoever, like on what he's doing. And but it's going to make you better. So that player runs over it and takes it and equips it, even though the other player could really use that thing. And it just made it so it was really, really frustrating, because it was very, very self-centered play. And that doesn't work, because it's literally a team-based game, you know? It's literally team-based game. So you just have to, you know, and the party will also self-regulate, which is nice. And hopefully you can have an open environment where people can kind of self-regulate, because that goes a long way. Like having a group of players who can be like, what is your problem? Stop it. Give her that thing. It actually works with her build. Okay, I'll do. Like that can go a long way. And you kind of need that dynamic, you know. That's why it can be good to play as a group of friends. Just be like, stop it, John, stop it. You know, because it's tough when the DM is regulating everything, because then it's just like scolding, a teacher scolding the kids in class. But if the class can kind of self-regulate, it works well. Jordan, thank you for the 5. Do you think Lords of the Fallen 2 can reach the heights of the Soul series, or are people souring on that game type? Can it reach the heights? I don't think anything can reach those same heights, because I just think that the Souls games were that height, you know, and now I think things are shifting
Jimbo404
and evolving.
donated $10 through Super Chat.
So I don't really think so.
In my current campaign, I asked for more backstory from the PCs and they barely gave anything. So I had to come up with mentor, family characters from their backstory to fight in a forced battle royale.
Oh, that's kind of fun. So you can do that. I also just told because some party members were really good at writing backstories, others were not. And so I had to like literally go in and tell them, if you can't write something for me, at least to work with, I'm just going to start to build something for you. And I just need you to go along with it. Like, I don't want to do this whole thing. And then you're like, no, that's not what happened. Like, no, we got to dance. We got to dance. But like, if you are struggling to write a backstory, that's okay. I will do something for you. But it's all about that yes and. Like, you have to, yes, and I also did this, you know, so we can build on it. I did it through like really trippy sort of I don't know, like I had them fight a boss in a deep cavern that was able to like do sort of a mind penetrating thing where he could see into their memories and traumas and things, and then he could take on the appearance of those traumas, kind of like Pennywise almost. So if it was like this character has a lot of problems with her father, like then the boss transformed into basically her father and could throw out all sorts of dialogue specific to her backstory to taunt her and haunt her. And then he acquires all of the move sets for her father. And, you know, it's like a multi-phase thing. So it was kind of cool. So there's all sorts of cool things you can do with it. Steel Bones, thank you for that. 10 as well. Well, it's frustrating for combat to kind of, I can't read. While it's frustrating for combat, kind of a combat pit trap where I would narratively separate the combat focus player into wave style enemies while the other players solve a puzzle. Yeah, and there's things that you can do like that. Break it up a little bit so everybody gets a little bit of what they are hoping for. If I had one piece of advice for a DM, if you have players that tell you they want their character's story to end in this precise way, it's a major red flag, because that probably means you will never, ever be able to satisfy them, because they're going into it wanting something very specific out of you and the story. And the whole point of like dynamic role play is that it doesn't have a specific ending. If you go into the boss fight at like the final big boss fight at the end of the game and you screw it up and you all die, that's how your story ends. Does it suck? Yeah, but that's the point, is that has to be possible. That like the stakes have to be high. That has to be a possible outcome. If players know that, well, no matter what, I'm going to end up killing the bad guy and then I'm going to become a god and I'm going to do like, it's not going to work. It's not going to work. So yeah, again, clear communication with the players so they know what they're getting and they don't go into it hoping or expecting something that they're not going to get. Because D&D can be ruined by false expectations, you know? Yeah. When my character dies, I just put Junior on my character sheet. That's awesome. I love that. yeah, there you go. Alex, thank you for the 5. Hey, Luke, do you think Sony and Microsoft will upgrade their network and online functionality when GTA 6 launches to avoid internet crashes? I'm sure they're going to do what they think they need to, but I think we all are kind of braced for it to be a dumpster fire. Like Silk Song crashed Steam and the PlayStation Store and stuff. And like Silk Song's great. GTA 6, like Silk Song does not have a lot of mainstream appeal. Hate to break it to you. You go talk to a random person on the street, they have not heard of Hollow Knight Silk Song. Yeah, no pre-orders certainly helps. Well, it was specifically pre-orders, and it was the no pre-downloading, like preloading the game. I don't think 2K. I don't think Take-Two is going to allow preloading for GTA 6 either, because I don't think they want to risk data mining or anything like that. So I think it's going to be the same thing again, because they're not going to allow. I would be shocked if they allowed preloading. I'd be shocked. So I think it's going to be the same thing all over again. Same thing all over again. Unironically, if you want to play it right at launch, you probably should like prepare yourself to have like a backup internet plan. Okay. Like go to a Starbucks Wi-Fi or something. Because, dude, physical, my personal suspicion, and it's been like this for like a year or two, I've said this in many videos, I think that they're going to do physical launch after they do the worldwide launch. Because again, I don't think they want the AC Shadows thing. You remember AC Shadows? Physical copies leaked a month before the game launched. A month. And AC Shadows was like big. Assassin's Creed is big. GTA 6 is a lot bigger. So can you imagine what would happen if people found out GTA 6 copies are in a warehouse down the street? You would literally have organized like hits on those places. When I worked at Best Buy, we had people literally drill holes in the side of the building into the cinder block to come in and try to steal like TVs and new iPhones. Okay. Like it happens. And if there's the chance to get in and get GTA 6 copies and sell them each for $5,000 a pop, it's going to happen. It's going to happen, dude. So I don't think they want to risk it at all. I think they're going to be like, yeah, we'll launch it on May 26th. And then the physical copies will launch June 1st. Or June 15th or something, you know, whatever it is. But I think that they're going to take their time because they can. That's the thing. They can. With GTA 6, they can literally do whatever they want. And people will go along with it. I think there will be physical copies and physical launches, but I'm just, my suspicion has been for a while that they're not going to do day one physical. What they might do to get around it is that they might do May 26th is when it launches with physical and everything. But there's like a week early access that's only available to deluxe edition or premium whatever edition for like $120, and they get like a full week before that. So the game's already out for a week before the physical launch date happens, and the early access deluxe whatever is only like digital, if that makes sense. I'm legitimately going to use my church's Wi-Fi to download GTA 6.
That's most definitely what's up.
Indeed. Hell yeah. But going back to what you asked, Alex, yeah, I mean, let's be real. I think it's definitely going to cause lots of outages. I think it's going to cause lots of problems. But it's gonna be one of the most insane days probably in the history of gaming. Almost certainly it will be the most insane day in the history of gaming, but yeah, we'll see. Let's see this. News, man. Okay. So Marathon was revealed back in April, May, something like that. Earlier this year it was revealed, and people thought that it looked fine. You know, it wasn't like the worst thing they'd ever seen. But you know, it was fine. It was fine, but it just didn't look good enough to justify the for one, premium price point. It didn't look like it was going to be competitive with a lot of other games in the market in this same genre, whether you look at like Exoborn or you look at Arc Raiders or some of these other ones in the extraction shooter space. And it's also missing a lot of features that they even say are coming. So for example, when I asked the devs, what do you think is going to set this game apart? They said the ranked mode and then the fourth ship, which is like the fourth map, which is for the end game. And when I said, okay, so the fourth map, that's coming after launch. They said yes. And it's for late game. So it's only going to be for like hardcore players that have grinded out 20, 30 hours of the game to even get enough materials to buy into that. Yeah. Okay. So not many people are going to see that, but okay. What about the ranked mode? What is the ranked mode going to do that's going to make this separate and be really phenomenal and special? And they said, well, we haven't really built it yet, but we are in the process of that. What would you like to see in it? It's like, bro, if you're saying what's going to separate your game is this thing that doesn't exist yet, that's worrisome. That makes me scared. Like, I feel like if you're going to say this is going to separate us and this is going to set us apart and this is something nobody else has, what is it? What would you want it to be? Like, that's just, it's not a great look. So I've played Marathon. I played it at the studio in early April, and then I also played the closed play test. And then after all of that, like, just keeping chronologically, at that point, people said, I still think it needs a delay. It's not ready for prime time. I just don't think it's ready to release. Again, at a premium price point, I just don't see it. I just don't see it. It's not there yet. And then it was revealed that an artist by the name of Anti-Real, who I think you guys said was from Wales or Scotland, she revealed that a lot of her artwork was actually in Marathon without her consent. And what appears to have happened, or at least what Bungie has said happened, is that they had an artist working for them in pre-production on this project years ago, like back 2020, 2021, maybe even working remote. And that person took a bunch of her artwork and put it into a texture pack that they then used to build out levels and assets and all this stuff. So when they like make this, and you see these big decals on the side of the building, they took those decals from a texture pack that another artist in the studio had made, or a contractor had made, and then they applied those textures onto the asset. And what Bungie claims happened is that the person that made those texture packs used artwork that was not theirs and passed it off as their own. And then it ended up in the game, and then that person left the company and has been gone for years, but now it's still in the game, even though they never made it. What exactly happened? I don't know. I don't think we will ever know with 100% confidence what happened. It's bizarre that this type of thing has happened multiple times for Bungie, but I do think that, like, for example, the current game director, Joe Ziegler, I think is his name, I don't think he knew about it. Like, I don't think that he was like, yes, and then we'll put that in the game. I don't think there was any malice or anything. I don't think he knew about it. I think it was literally something that some lower level artist did to rip off somebody else's artwork. But now they've had to since rework tons of it. They've had to strip out all of that artwork. They apparently came to some agreement with Anti-Real. Who knows what that agreement was? We also almost certainly will never know the details of that. I hope they got paid bank. I fear that they probably just made some quick little settlement for them, which would be unfortunate, because if Anti-Real wanted to take them to the bank and to the cleaners, she absolutely could have. But like we mentioned last time we talked about this, some people honestly just don't really care about the money. They just didn't want the drama and didn't want their artwork being used without their consent. And so maybe they just said, hey, we'll put your name in the credits. Thank you officially. And we'll give you, I don't know, 10 grand, 50 grand or whatever. And then they call it a deal, and they sign non-disparagement clauses and stuff, and they move on with their day. That very well could have been what happened. We just don't know. But either way, now they've been in bunker mode working on the game, and they've continued to do closed play tests. Okay. They've continued, and we are getting some leaked information suggesting what has actually changed. So the footage you've been seeing on screen thus far was from the original April playtest that I played in Bungie HQ in Washington. This article, coming from 1GP, outlines what details and what things have changed since that closed playtest. Now, before, I've not read this, so I don't know exactly what's changed, but I'm going to tell you at the outset what I think they needed to change is, for one, of course, the stolen assets. You got to get rid of that, obviously. 2, I think they got to get a ranked mode at launch that's polished and is like actually compelling, because there has to be some X factor. There has to be something that sets this game apart from the competition, like Arc Raiders, Exoborn, Tarkov, everything. And I just don't see it yet. It was the art style for a bit. And now you got to find something else. You know, proximity chat. That is also something I think that you definitely need. And funnily enough, with proximity chat, we mentioned that when we were at the studio. So I remember I was talking with, I think it was Lars, like one of the head game designers on this project, okay? Major decision maker. Actual guy that if he says we're doing this, they do it. And I asked him, as did many other people, so this was not just me, I asked him, why do you not have proximity chat? Because from a content creation standpoint, viral moments galore emerge from prox chat. It just does. Like, hearing somebody's reaction to you getting the jump on them is viral. Like, it just pops off. So from a content creator standpoint, that's super, super useful. On the flip side, it's also just a cool mechanic to be able to like be talking with your teammates. This is a very collaborative game where it requires you to work together. And if you're loading in, again, bear in mind, at this point, they had said that there was no plan for solo queuing. Their plan was to only do trios. And as a result, if you load into this game as a solo player, because your friends won't always be available, you're going to have to get assigned to random other players. And if there's no proximity chat or in-game voice chat that allows for proximity chat, it's not going to work too well. So you want to have some reason to encourage people to use the in-game voice chat as opposed to like Discord or something. And prox chat can be a really cool way to do that, especially if it's something where like you're communicating with your team and you start to push in on somebody. Like, let's say right here, I see a team running around down here in this building. And so we start to go in there. And maybe you even have an emote wheel that you can use. And so you start to push in. And you don't talk because that prox chat is going to alert the enemies. So as you get close to them, your whole team goes quiet. And you start to actually use like in-game emotes to communicate where to go and stuff like that. All sorts of really cool dynamics could emerge from something as simple as having prox chat, right? We were told that they were worried about toxicity. And in response, I almost became quite toxic myself. But no, that's literally what they said. They said that their concern was that it was going to, basically the toxicity could ruin some people's time in the game. They were literally worried about fifis in a hardcore extraction shooter. And as a result, they didn't want to do proximity chat because if you had that turned on, players might say bad words or be mean to you. Like, here's the thing. If somebody is like really nasty and racist, you can report them just like you can in Marvel Rivals or any like Call of Duty, any of those games. I think, correct me if I'm wrong, I think Rivals records voice chats and they will go and like check back recordings if people are being toxic, and they'll ban accounts based on the recordings and stuff. I'm pretty sure they do that. I know they keep track, of course, of the in-game like text chat. They keep logs of all of that. I think they do the same thing with the voice chat. But either way, like there are ways to deal with it. If somebody says something terrible, just ban them or block them on your side. And also, you're like an adult. This is an M-rated game, presumably, I think. And as a result, if somebody says something terrible, like, you're an adult, you can deal with it, block the person and move on. Like, I don't understand this weird, like, bizarre, it might hurt their feeling. Like, you're an adult. Like, you're an adult. I don't get it. For me, I feel like the advantages and the potential benefits so far outweigh the negatives. It's not even close. Like, it really is not even close. They absolutely should put prox chat in. And after a lot of the feedback from the closed beta, because us as content creators, we're telling them you should do that. They even were asking us, what is something we could have in the game that would help you make viral clips? Because whether you like it or not, that's something you have to consider as a game designer in the modern day. And everybody tells them proximity chat, proximity chat, proximity chat. And they were like, okay, maybe, but probably not. And time goes by, and finally, after the closed beta or closed playtest, it goes off pretty poorly with people just getting bored. They finally said, okay, yeah, we're going to investigate adding it. So I do think they're adding that. I hope maybe they have a build of that we're going to read about in these the reporting of what's been changed, but I hope we see that. The other thing, just being real, the characters in this game are called runners. And the entire game is built around a heat system, as you can see this middle bar, which is basically, it's like inverse stamina, So the bar builds as you run, and when it reaches its max, you can't run anymore, and then you're slowed. That's the idea, at least. So it's kind of like, the opposite of stamina draining. It's heat building. but they're called runners. And as a result of this, you don't ever want to run. You just want to walk everywhere. And it slows the game down a ton. And it's frustrating because one of the really cool things about Marathon that's genuinely nice is that it plays very similarly to Apex Legends, but as an extraction shooter. Something I didn't even realize I wanted, but it plays well like that. The problem is they have the cool movement, they have all this stuff, but they don't let you use it because of this heat system. And I think it's literally just there to slow players down so they're not sprinting everywhere and you don't end up with like Call of Duty bunny hopping and stuff. But I think they went way too far the other way. And it's also because they have a thing in the game built around dissipating the effect of this. So like late game builds can reduce heat buildup. So there is a way to have like a late game version of these different playable characters that that has really, really diminished heat buildup, and as a result can sprint for extended periods, can do the crazy movement. But it just feels bad to be like, yeah, we have this cool thing. We're going to take it away from you and make you grind 50, 60, 70 hours to get the stuff to make that possible. And by the way, if you die in a run, you lose all that stuff and now you can't do it anymore. You know, it's why it's just different in an extraction shooter. Like when you're tying the cool stuff that people want to equipment that can be lost like that, it feels bad. Feels bad. So all of these things are things that they could absolutely change and that I think they need to adjust, certainly. Also, by the way, shout out Eric's Home. This is the other clip that's on this. If you've not played Eric's Home, it's pretty good. It's like a stealth strategy game. It's very pretty too. Very pretty. Anyway, but let's see what they've actually added. Bungie's Marathon has changed a lot since the closed alpha test. Here's what's new according to sources. When Bungie first revealed their, we saw this, bland looking map exteriors, that's all kind of recap. What's new since the closed alpha? Prox chat, combat, healing, and TTK changes. One of the biggest complaints of the closed alpha was the lack of proximity chat in Marathon after players gave feedback. Bungie said it was working on the feature. Now sources tell the game post that proximity chat is live in the game and is functioning. Isn't it amazing what they can do when they get scared? When they get spooked, you know? Like, they didn't want to add it. They could seemingly quite easily. They did it within like a couple months. But they didn't want to do it because they were worried about toxicity. But then when everybody's like, okay, well then we're not playing your game. It's like, okay. Like, it's why your voice matters. If you say, fix this, they will, you know, because this is how it's supposed to work, okay? This is how it's supposed to work. According to the details we received, TTK, or time to kill, is now noticeably faster compared to the alpha. Healing items like patch kits now work as heal over time effect instead of instantly topping you up, while shields still apply right away. Yeah, lots of inspiration from Apex Legends for sure. And I think that this does work. So the heal over time makes it so even in like an intense gunfight, you can pop the heals and it'll slowly recover, but it still means that you can be downed quickly, as opposed to just like what happened in the playtest, which was that a lot of people would like round this corner and then you round the corner, you pop the heal and you're back to full. And then it's like, okay, well, this whole thing restarts. That's at least the idea. They go on. There's also a new environmental mechanic called Heat Cascade, where sparks fall from a ship above, dealing damage over time and increasing your heat meter. Okay. Heat Cascade, where sparks fall from a ship above. So ships fly overhead and then the sparks make it so you can't sprint. Huh. Okay. Not sure how that helps. One of the biggest complaints during Marathon's closed alpha was how player deaths were handled. Instead of fallen bodies left behind in the fight were with blue blood, which was what many people were expecting because that's what was shown in the announcement trailer in the closed alpha. Players simply disintegrated into green particles when finished, and a duffel bag spawned at their location. There's good news on that front now. When your character dies, the body actually stays on the ground for a while instead of vanishing. And if you're only downed and waiting for a revive, your character bleeds blue blood, as seen in the trailer, leaving a long trail behind you as you move. A duffel bag still spawns when the player dies, and that's how you can access their loot. Those are nice little touches. I mean, the blue blood was kind of like literally all over the marketing, so I think that that's a good thing to see. Emma, thank you. Very generous. 10, just a $10 super chat. Thank you. I agree with Logan. I agree. Thank you, my friend. It's very generous. One thing, the other thing I was hoping to see was when characters die, and this might just be me. I mean, maybe I'm just like kind of asking too much here. I wonder if I can find a clip of like one of us dying. Looks like we got out actually. Bummer. Where's a clip of one of us dying? Oh, that looks like we died there. Yeah, crew eliminated. Oh, it happened quick, dude. It happened quick. So when somebody dies, let me see if we can run up here and I can show you. When somebody dies, they drop and get turned into a duffel bag when they're dead, right? And when they're dead, oh, I remember this. This was not my best moment. When they're dead, they turn into the duffel bag. But one of my frustrations was that you couldn't do anything with it. So one of the things I was hoping to see them add was like, allow me to drag the duffel bag out. So like, oh, I character died and there I get downed. Not my sexiest moment ever. Whole team right up there. That's how quickly this can turn bad in an extraction shooter. Literally standing on stairs and then you're dead. But I get turned into the duffel bag. But now it's in the wide open. Everybody can see it. What I wanted was like, could I drag the duffel bag? Could you add some way for me to grab the duffel bag? It could even be slow. I'm like dragging it like this, but just move it out of the open line of fire before I revive somebody or loot it. Something as simple as that would be really, really helpful. Really, really helpful. But they just didn't have that. And I wonder if they've added it because I told them that would help a lot. Just tactically, right? Like your teammate gets downed and killed. Even if it's not the bag that can be dragged, but even if you can just pick up the body before you res them and move them, like in Battlefield, that will help a lot. Because what you ended up with having happen was somebody gets sniped in the middle of a field or something by a tree or a rock. And if I want to get them back up, I have to pop smoke and then hope you don't see it or hope you don't shoot into the smoke or chuck a grenade or something. Because I can't drag the body back into cover. And I was like, it's such an obvious thing to have in the game, but we'll see. Let's see. Codex system, titles, and shooting range. Bungie has added a new system called Codex. These are in-game achievements where you complete certain objectives for rewards, similar to triumphs in Destiny 2. Objectives seem very simple, like kill 5 enemies on a map with a certain weapon type. Along with that, Marathon now has titles you can unlock by completing a set of objectives. These titles will be displayed under your in-game ID, similar to what Destiny 2 players are used to. A shooting range is also in development for you to be able to test weapons and attachments and stuff like that, which this was something people also asked them about when we were out there, and it's such an obvious thing to include, and they said that they were looking at maybe after launch having a shooting range. Now it sounds like they're pushing to get it out at launch. Again, like this is one of my frustrations, is that it feels like so many of these things that are like no duh should definitely be there at launch. Up until very recently, we're just going to be after launch at some point, but now they're so hungry and desperate to win people over that they're having to figure out how to add it before launch. It's like, okay, we're doing a lot of work. I appreciate it, but we're just like, I want to remind people, we're just getting it to where it should have been, from the start. Like it's not really that generous of an offer. If the game should have been up here, this is like 100%, right? 100%. They were planning on launching it at like 30% of like potential quality, right? And so now they're making massive improvements. They're adding prox chat. They're doing TTK adjustments. They're doing all these other things. So they might reach like 50%, which is great. That's better than they were. But again, a lot of this stuff should have been here to begin with. They should have been at 100 to begin with. But now it feels like we're just sprinting to try and get a little bit closer, but we're still going to be missing some things like more maps, like more runners and things like that. Extraction on the UESC Marathon map. Previously, we reported that the endgame map in Marathon that takes place on the UESC Marathon ship is called Cryo Archive. When you select this map in the game, it shows you how massive the ship is, and that is and that this cryo map is only a tiny section of it. The game post understands that there's a ton of room for expansion, and it's likely we'll see additional maps on UESC Marathon introduced in future seasons and updates. I'm sure that's the goal. Like if they have the ship that's like, I'm gonna draw a ship, like an actual pirate ship. Yar, matey. If this is the UESC ship, I'm sure like the first map is gonna be like this section. And then they're going to have an expansion later. Season 2 that adds this as the next end game section. And now you can go through both of these as like one fluid run, right? And then they're going to add another one. And that's just going to be the seasonal update, or maybe annual update or something is going to be the big update to the ship. And again, this is all great and cool. This is great. But again, they said that this and the ranked mode was going to be what sets this game apart. And this is something that like there will be a minimum buy-in for. So if you have like your typical run, you're running with like 5K of equipment, 5K credits or whatever of equipment, just to do this mission, they're saying that they want you to go in with a buy-in, you know, of like 50K. I'm just pulling numbers arbitrarily out my ass, but like that's the idea, is that you go in there and you have to put up or shut up. You go in there with high stakes. You're bringing very valuable stuff. And most people will lose it. Most people will lose it. Because again, they said that when they're balancing these maps, they're not going for an even 50-50 extraction rate. For the hardcore levels, they're expecting maybe like 30%. Only 30% of players will get out. And they want to balance it for that. Because it should feel, as Joe Ziegler put it, and I can see what he's saying, in an extraction shooter, extracting should feel like a victory. It should feel special. It should feel good because you overcame the odds. If you successfully extract 9 out of 10 times, it doesn't feel special when you do. It just feels really, really, really bad when you don't. So they want to balance it. So in these hardcore matches, not making out is kind of the norm. And when you do make it out, it feels even better. We'll see how that works out. We'll see how that works out. It's just tough with extraction shooters. Can't believe this game was going to release next week. Exactly. That was the original goal. Yeah. Imagine that. They go on. There's also some things that are different on the Cryo Archive map compared to other maps. For instance, the permadeath rules, meaning if you're just downed, your team can still revive you. But if you get fully killed, you can't be revived. Period. There's also a new exfil mechanic on this map. Instead of heading to a fixed extraction zone, players need to make it to the center of the map, to the control room, and activate a terminal that will generate a random extraction point somewhere on the map. Once the extraction point is available, you'll have 3 minutes to reach it and exfil. Higher tier loot on this map is also common. From what we've heard, Cryo Archive has 7 different sections: cargo, index, revival, preservation, biostock, steerage, and cryo hub at the center. Okay. Again, this could all be cool, but I think that 95% of players will never see it because it's endgame. It's for the hardcore players. They go on. UI, audio, and exteriors. The UI also had a big pass. The menus are cleaner, placeholder icons are gone, and the overall look is far more polished. Sources have described the audio quality as dramatically better than before. That's also good because it was not great before. It was really hard to distinguish where people were when they were running and stuff. So hopefully that's been cleaned up. Exterior spaces on the map have also received a major visual pass. These now feature denser foliage, cleaned up lighting, and better shader work. One source described the overhaul as night and day, better than the closed alpha. That's good. And this is the thing that I've mentioned. What we saw was a closed alpha that was not ready for launch. The problem was that they were treating it like it was ready for launch. So if they have honestly made major improvements, that's good. I do think that if they had launched next week, there was no real world in which case this worked out. Like I don't think there was an outcome where this worked. I think it almost certainly would have flopped. 99.9% likelihood. But because they delayed it, most likely to early next year, now I think there's maybe like a 3 to 5% chance that this could go well. Especially if they can come out with the next trailer and it honestly looks way better. If it does, that could start like a shift of the narrative. Because here's the deal. Everybody knows Marathon. Everybody knows the name. Not for the best reasons, but everybody knows the name. And name recognition is one of the hardest things to get in the industry, period. You know? So they could come out and have, like, if they honestly made major improvements, it could actually be like one of those redemption arc stories. You know, you never know. Not likely, but it's possible. It's possible because live service games that don't have name recognition always struggle way harder. They just do. Like even a game that I personally think has a lot more going for it in terms of gameplay, like Exoborn. I did that video on the main channel on Exoborn, and it has like pretty much all of the quality of life features that you would hope to see in Marathon. It already has it. So does Arc Raiders. Arc Raiders people have heard of. People haven't really heard of Exoborn as much, but that's because it's damn hard to stand out. Love it or hate it, Marathon stands out. Okay, Marathon stands out. So we'll see if it's enough and if they can deliver on the gameplay side of it, which is the tricky bit. But it's just a matter of how they frame it. The game post has learned that Marathon will feature different types of cosmetic items, of course. These runner skins are called shells. This is something I talked about in my preview as well. So absolutely true. They're going to do paid cosmetic skins, charms, stickers, melee skins. I don't know what melee skins means. Or maybe different melee animations. Is that what they mean? Like finishers? I don't know. Profile banners, emblems, no details on how much this will cost. Yeah, and bear in mind, this also appears to still be a premium game. And they're doing all of this as well. So, yeah. I mean, doing cosmetics, I don't really care. It's not my, like, I just don't really care. But it's definitely going to be monetized. Heavily. No solo queue yet. One thing that hasn't changed is the matchmaking setup. There's still no solo only queue despite community feedback. Bungie appears to be sticking with trios as the core experience per sources. They are not changing that. And this one, we did ask them about it, and they said that they did a lot of playtesting in solo queues, but the problem is everybody just plays stealth. And when they did surveys, so basically how this worked is that they had a bunch of players go in, a lot of devs and stuff, and they played solo queue. And they did a bunch of matches as solo queue. And then what they did is they would have like a sort of Google form for people to fill out explaining their experience with solo queuing. Be like, did you have fun? Rate on a scale of 1 to 10 how much fun you had. How many enemies did you see in the game? Did you get kills? If so, how many kills did you get in that round? And they tracked all this data. And apparently doing solo queues was like super boring, kind of miserable. Very few people had fun. Like it just did not work. Okay. So it could just be that with the runners and with the play style of like the heroes, it just is not conducive to solo running. Like it just doesn't work. And that could be a problem in and of itself. But from what I saw, I could totally understand how going into solo queues, it would all just be like, play the stealth character. Excuse me, my coffee's not kicking in. Play the solo character or play the stealth character. Go in, pop your invisibility, hide in a corner, wait for somebody to walk by, pop them in the head with a sniper rifle, take their stuff and extract immediately. Like I'm sure that's what the game just turns into. So nobody runs anywhere, nobody like does anything. It's just super slow and boring. I still think the option would be nice. Let people try it and then see it for themselves, but it seems like they're just deciding not to do that. And they're not going to risk it. I don't know. They go on. That said, there's a new runner called Rook. Check out his abilities here that allows you to load into a mid-match solo. But from what we understand, it still isn't completely solo queue since you'll be going in against 1v3 in most cases. Right now, this runner is only playable on Perimeter, Dire Marsh, and Outpost, not on Cryo Archive ship map. Sources also mentioned player counts for the monthly playtest around 500 players in Closed Test 1, 700 in Test 2, and 900 plus in Test 3, which happened this month. Bungie has confirmed that the new release date will be revealed this fall, with many fans speculating that it could show up during Sony's rumored state of play later this month. I didn't realize it was so small. That's what she said. I didn't realize it was going to be such like a tight playtest. I thought that they were doing at least like a few thousand people, but apparently not. Apparently not. I think there's fans. Well, dude, I think wasn't it their Discord server for loading in had something insane like 400,000 people. I think it was like 400,000 people were in their Discord server to try and get access to the closed playtest. So there's like a lot of Destiny players who are looking for something fresh and are interested. Whether they convert, I'm skeptical of, because I think this is a very, very different kind of game than Destiny. And I'm not sure if the crossover will really be there, but there's a lot of people out there who are Bungie fans. You know, there's a lot of them. And they've not necessarily been cued into the drama around Marathon, but overall, like, honestly, I think that there is a world in which Marathon could find success. I don't think it's going to be like the next Destiny. But I think there's a world in which it could find some players that like it. Some of the verbiage and discourse around it, I thought was really, really strange. Like, I've mentioned this numerous times before, but when we were out at the studio, I was shocked at how multiple of the designers on Marathon and even like streamers and stuff were saying that they thought extraction shooters were going to be the next big thing. That extraction shooters were going to be the next like battle royale. And I don't understand where they're seeing that or what makes them think that that's the case. Maybe I just don't know the live service world very well, but like, I just don't see it. I just don't see it. I don't know what they're seeing in it. Like, I think you can have fun with it. I don't think that this has anywhere near the mass market appeal that a battle royale has. Because the battle royale, the nice thing about battle royales is that they have the casual appeal, because you can pop in, the stakes are relatively low compared to an extraction shooter. In an extraction shooter, you have a run where you take some good stuff like I did here, and you just play kind of stupid and you get shotgunned in the back while defending against another guy in front of you. You just lost all your stuff. That stuff could have taken me 2 hours of grinding to get, and now it's gone. Now it's just gone. And that feels bad. That just feels bad. And it's a feeling that not many people want to deal with when they are going, you know, when they get home from a long day at work. It just doesn't have the same mass market appeal because it's not as chill. It's designed not to be chill. But who knows? Maybe they see something I don't. Maybe they know something I don't. And it's actually the case that, like maybe it is that extraction shooters are going to be the next big thing. I just personally don't see it, but it seems like a lot of these executives have the same opinion and feeling, because a lot of these extraction shooter type games have been greenlit. Like, I think they've described Fair Game $sign as an extraction shooter as well, and that's another Sony big budget game as well. So who knows, but they're working on it. We should see a reveal at some point in the next, like, potentially 2 weeks about Marathon, and see a new trailer for it, see all these improvements they've made. We can go from there, figuring out what the hell is going on with it. But I wish them the best. I would like more good games. I don't want it to flop. They got rid of the CEO at the very least, so he's gone. But they have a uphill battle for sure with this. It's not going to be easy. But we'll see. We'll see. Who knows? Maybe they'll announce that they're going free to play and they're going to try to pivot off. I doubt it, though. If anything, I think everything that's happened here has just shown them that we're actually going to launch at 70 because we just want to take as much money while we can and call it a day. But we'll see. We'll see. Streamers just say should get invited to stuff. No, I think honestly, like, there was a video one of you guys recommended on the server. Submit a clip. I think it was this one. Share a link. Maybe it's in there. Yeah, one of you guys shared a link in the Discord. Oh yeah, it was Sturman. It's this video called Big Streamers Just Don't Get Battlefield. And basically the premise of the video is just that, like, big streamers like Tim the Tatman, I guess I can let him introduce the thesis.
It's a dark day in our history. With this monstrous, unprovoked attack, no country is safe from their reach.
So how are you gonna look at me and tell me, oh, battle royales are overdone? That comment pisses me off. It really does, man. When people are like, we don't need battle royale.
I think
but I don't think that that's the sauce of this game. Battle Royale for this would be fire. I know you don't real purple game.
It needs a good progression, reasons to log in daily. It needs battle pass shit for sure, and rank game modes.
I don't remember asking you a goddamn thing.
Several.
Yeah, I mean, I think streamers like the stream Call of Duty are honestly reporting their opinion. They honestly think that the best thing for this game, from their perspective, would be a battle royale. Or in the case of Marathon, like you're inviting a lot of Tarkov streamers. Yeah, they're gonna think extraction shooters are awesome. You know, like this is not a surprise. But I do think that just because they are big in their field does not make them an expert across the board. And what can happen a lot, I think, is that they kind of, these companies can build an echo chamber where they invite people that are going to be stoked on what they're doing, and they don't realize that there's other opinions until it's too late. You know, like if you're making an Assassin's Creed game that is just like the most Assassin's Creed game ever, and you invite a bunch of Assassin's Creed fans, that's great. You're going to get feedback that you probably already knew, because it's all going to be, I love Assassin's Creed, this looks great. But if you want to get an idea of what the broader market will feel, you have to invite a lot of other opinions. You invite in a streamer from over here, a fan page from this other type of game, and you just see what happens, and you see what they think of it from all their different walks of life. And I think that's way more valuable than just building an echo chamber. And what I will say is, on the times where I've consulted on things, I've been surprised at how vast the spread is. Even from some of these big companies, they're not inviting just fanboys of that type of game. They might have one there, but then they also are inviting people that are from a totally different world, from a totally different genre. You know, like, we want to get feedback on our upcoming, let's just say extraction shooter. We want to get feedback on that. And so they invite in extraction shooter fans, but then they also invite in people for feedback that are mostly narrative players. Maybe a page that mainly covers, I don't know, Sony third-person adventure games like God of War and the like. And they see what they think of it. And they just really let out a wide net to see what people think of it. And that's a change in the industry that's pretty fresh, because up until like 3 years ago, it was only echo chamber, echo chamber, echo chamber. And I think some of the big flops that have happened in the last few years kind of woke up companies that we need to get a wide variety of opinions so that we're not surprised when something goes poorly, which is nice. It's nice to see. But in the case of like big streamers saying stuff just to get access, I think that they're inviting the streamers because they have the big audiences and they know what they're doing with their content. And funnily enough, they're not really listening to them when they say certain things like, I need solo queues or I need prox chat, until after the outrage is overwhelming. But in the case of this, I just think it's, some of these streamers are honestly reporting that they think battle royales, would really, really help. And in the case of Marathon, they think extraction shooters, yeah, that is the future, because they play extraction shooters and they honestly think that. And I don't think they're lying. I think they're in a bubble. Maybe I'm in the bubble as well, but I think my bubble is broad, and theirs is fairly niche, but who knows, maybe they'd say it as well. Yeah, streamers don't always know what's best for a game. Well, the key is streamers probably know what's best for the game from their content's perspective, but that does not mean it's going to be best for everybody. Like a YouTuber that does like hidden tips and trick videos could really, really benefit from a bunch of like hidden puzzle based loot and stuff. You have to go and punch this tree and punch that tree and punch this rock, and then you unlock this sword. The average player, that's not going to matter to them,
$249 through Super Chat.
Thank you.
I consider myself a passionate but casual gamer. I don't have time to invest time in extraction shooters. Honestly, I've been playing Armored Core a lot.
Hell yeah.
Straightforward, enjoyable mission.
Yeah, enjoyable missions, no fluff. Yeah, well, and a lot of people are like you. And that's the thing is, games like Madden, FIFA, NBA, 2K, Call of Duty just in general, They are very casual friendly in the sense that you can get home from a long day at work, boot it up, play for 45 minutes, and then shut it down and go to bed. And it's okay. Extraction shooters appeal to a different type of player. It's more hardcore, which is why it can be more engaging, because the stakes are way higher. But I think that it does not share a mass market appeal in the same way that like battle royales do. Because ultimately, if you lose a round of a battle royale, you just reload. You didn't lose anything. And I think that's just such a fundamental difference. And, you know, you can have a very successful niche game, absolutely. But the reason I bring up the people and the developers saying battle royale or extraction shooters are the future is that I think that they're building this with an expectation that like this becomes the next Destiny. Destiny has mass market appeal and casual appeal. I don't see Marathon having it. I just don't see it. So if they're budgeting and building and they're hiring based on the idea that Marathon becomes Destiny levels of success, generating revenue on that scale, I think they're going to be disappointed because I just don't see it. Vintage Grapes, thank you for the 2. Looking for a game with great combat and story. Great combat and story. There's a bunch. Do you like, I mean, Expedition 33. Yeah. I mean, great story, great combat. KCD 2, great story, great open world. Also phenomenal. Starfield, how dare you? How dare you? How dare you? Let's see. Dude, I should have, for April 1st, I should have done like a big video on I was wrong about Starfield and just done like a massive cope video of me just like glazing the game like crazy and then just going, just kidding, at the end. It ends. Oh, it'd be funny. Okay. Let's see. I have some others I want to talk about. Well, how do I want to break this down? I somebody did ask about this. I'll show you this because this was kind of cool. And we mentioned it in a previous stream, and I want to talk about it. Yeah, the report on the Venom thing. Yes, we are going to talk about that as well. I will talk about Venom. Bear with me. Thank you, Lonely Fades. We will talk about that. Thank you. Excuse me. Josh, thank you for the 500 bits as well. I played the alpha and loved it. The gunplay felt amazing. If they're making positive changes with the latest updates, then I'm really looking forward to it. I think people are sleeping on how good it can be. Yeah, it's just the danger for them is that online, like live service games, are very susceptible to peer pressure. And nothing is worse for a live service game than being uncool or being stinky, you know? Nobody wants to be the guy that plays that bad game. Like, I still make fun of my own brother for putting 200 hours into Battlefield 2042. I don't know how he did it, but he put a lot of time into Battlefield 2042, and we still make fun of him for it. All of the time. Okay. So, and like a lot of other people are like, oh, I was going to try this, but I saw, no, not Jacob. My brother, Ben, he's hardcore into Battlefield, but, yeah, it's just, I think that if there's a game that's deemed as uncool or is sort of being broadly mocked, it's out. Mind's Eye, it's out. Saints Row Reboot, it's out. Forspoken, even though there is stuff to like in Forspoken, if you're a player that can just tune out the story and like acting performances, the combat in Forspoken is genuinely pretty cool. But it doesn't matter. It flopped like hardcore because it was not cool. Dustborn, that one, just a dumpster fire across the board. Yeah. Now it's a whole other thing. It takes a lot of dedication to get through a bad game. Yeah, typically, unless you honestly like it, which is almost more concerning. I put only, oh my God, Tyler, I put roughly 1,200 hours into Valhalla. So you got like halfway through the story? Is that? Jesus, dude. Jesus. 1,200 hours? That's crazy, dude. Like, what do you even do? I don't, like, the story is like 100 hours to do everything, but like 1,200? 12 multiple playthroughs? Still, that's a dozen playthroughs, dude. Ban him. That's crazy, man. That's crazy. Wow. Anyway, what's also crazy is this, okay? Real quick, I just want to mention this. How is 1,200 hours possible? I've done absolutely everything platinum and all 100% DLCs, and I have 20. Oh, 200%? Or 200 hours. I guess you just did that 6 times? I don't know, man. I guess if you're into the daily stuff and like the daily grind, I could see that because they have a lot of that content, but wow. Wow. That's wild. That's wild. Okay. Well, I'll just, I guess let's all just take a moment of silence for your poor brain. Just take a moment. Okay, there we go. Hell Is Us. I had fun with Hell Is Us. I also like Hell Is Us a lot. Yeah, I like Hell Is Us. Okay, you ready for this? News segment, mini segment, whatever. Do you guys remember the GTA 6 leaks? It happened a few years back, technically September of 2022. So we're almost exactly 3 years after the fact. So this article was posted Monday, September 19th of 2022. So 4 days from now will be 3 years. Welcome to Math with Luke. But this leak happened, and you remember this was the leak where there were like 90 separate clips dropped of pre-alpha like development footage of GTA 6. It was all sorts of stuff, like them tweaking combat encounters, them tweaking walking animations, some of the open world exploration stuff. Some of it was just simple, like they pop up the console commands and they're like tweaking some spawn rates for stuff. But it was a bunch of clips, and my understanding is it was like little clips shared most likely through the in-company Slack channels, and they were little bitty clips that developers were filming and then sharing with each other while working from home. So if they were like, hey, I did this, do you know why this is bugging out this way, or what should I do here? They would record it and then send that clip through Slack. And somebody got access to it. And the person that got access to it when this first happened, it was believed that it was a really complex operation from a hacking group by the name of Lapsus. And Lapsus, as you can see here, they did a bunch of stuff where they like, we are Lapsus, remember our name, we have your user data, we have EEs, BT, and orange source code. If EEA pays 4 million USD in XMR before the 20th August, we will delete everything from our servers. And then they share the wallet ID and everything. And they did this to 26,000 EE customers as well. They did all sorts of stuff, hacking into various companies, stealing their data, and then holding it for ransom and basically saying, pay us money or we'll share it and dump it everywhere. Well, in the last few years, some things have happened, okay? Some more things have happened, and we found out more, and we also found out who was doing this. And so I wanted to share with you what happened to the guy that leaked all the GTA 6 videos and source code, because it is interesting. The person that did it, in the case of GTA 6, he was part of a what's called cybercrime gang called Lapsus. And they blurred out his face for reasons that will be obvious in a moment. But he was 18-year-old Arion Cartage, who was one of the senior members of this group. It's not super clear on how old he was when he did the GTA 6 leak, but he was a teenager. What's insane is that he was involved in cyber attacks on Uber, Nvidia, and Rockstar, and collectively cost those companies roughly $10 million. he has on multiple occasions expressed, since he was caught, expressed an intent to continue to return to cybercrime as soon as possible, expressing he was highly motivated. They said, if we let you out, are you going to do this again? And he literally said, oh yeah, the second I can. Like the moment. Okay. He had done this multiple times before. Okay. He was out on bail after being caught hacking NVIDIA, BT and EE. And he was also in police protection at a Travel Lodge hotel because I think they were worried for his safety from other members of the group. And as part of this, while he was in police protection, he had his laptop confiscated for obvious reasons. Do you know what this kid did? Do you know what this kid did? Again, this is a teenager. Despite having his laptop confiscated, Kurtaj managed to breach Rockstar using an Amazon Fire Stick, his hotel TV, and a mobile phone. He broke into a multi-billion-dollar company's secured servers and Slack channels using a Fire Stick, a TV, and his phone. This is some like crazy super genius level stuff, okay? Like this kid is something else. Kurtaj stole 90 clips of the unreleased and hugely anticipated GTA 6. He broke into the company's internal Slack messaging system to declare, if Rockstar does not contact me on Telegram within 24 hours, I will start releasing the source code. He then posted the clips and source code on a forum under the username Teapot Uber Hacker. He was then rearrested and detained. And multiple times they have asked him, like they've really honestly tried. They've tried to get him to like just say that he won't do it again, but he keeps doubling down and saying, I'm gonna do it again. Like he keeps doubling down, dude. He worked with Kurtaj. So another Lapsus member who is 17 and cannot be named because of his age was found guilty in the same trial, which lasted 6 weeks. He worked with Kurtaj and other members of Lapsus to hack tech giant NVIDIA and phone company BTEE and steal data before demanding $4 million ransom, which was not paid. They also stole directly from individuals through cryptocurrency wallets. The 17-year-old was sentenced to 18-month-long youth rehabilitation order, including intense supervision and a ban on using VPNs online. As well as hacking offenses, the boy was sentenced to what the judge described as unpleasant and frightening pattern of stalking and harassment of 2 young women. Wow. That's fantastic. So he was also sentenced for those as well. They don't say what the sentence was for those, but it seems like also being a creep in general. And if he's capable of doing all this stuff in terms of tech, I mean, I can only imagine what happened. What they'd be capable of. But they go on. Kurtaj and the 17-year-old are the first members of the Lapsus group to be convicted, but it is thought that there are others still at large. The game's audacious attacks in 2021 and 2022 shocked the cybersecurity world. The group from the UK, allegedly also Brazil, was described in court as digital bandits. The gang, thought mostly to be teenagers, used conman-like tricks as well as computer hacking to gain access to multinational corporations such as Microsoft and the technology giant and digital banking group Revolut. During their spree, the hackers regularly celebrated their crimes publicly and taunted victims on the social networking app Telegram in English and Portuguese. It prompted U.S. cyber authorities to issue a lengthy report into Lapsus and other teen hacker gangs. It concluded that Lapsus, quote, made clear just how easy it was for its members, juveniles in some instances, to infiltrate well-defended organizations. It's not clear how much money they made from their crimes. And the other thing is, I genuinely don't know. My understanding of cryptocurrency wallets is that they are pretty much entirely locked down and very secure to the person who has the key for it. So it's my understanding, like if this kid was able to get like say $1 million into a cryptocurrency wallet, it's not like the government can seize it. Like they can't seize the wallet unless they know the password. So he can just sit on it until he gets out and then he can get access to it. Like, That's crazy. Either way. So going back to this, let's see. From what I'm reading, it looks like the 17-year-old was the one sentenced for the stalking of 2 young women. It doesn't, from the context of it, it seems like the 17-year-old was sentenced to this, as well as hacking offenses. The boy was sentenced to what the judge described. So the 17-year-old, I believe, is the one who was sentenced also for the stalking charges, not Kurtage. I believe Kurtage was separate from the two, or from this. I believe that this is all specifically what happened with the 17-year-old, and then Kurtage was separate. But either way, I mean, if somebody is capable of hacking into NVIDIA and they're also being a creep and stalking women, like, that's pretty scary what he'd be capable of. But anyway, what ultimately happened, okay, was that he was sentenced, okay? He was sentenced after all of this. What was he sentenced to? Well, effectively, Aryan Kurtage from Oxford, who is autistic. After I heard that he broke into a multi-billion-dollar company's like secured networks and stuff using a Fire TV stick, a TV, and a phone, and probably a pack of gum, I kind of put 2 and 2 together. He was a key member of an international gang of lapsus, the gang's attacks, blah, 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 blah. So he will remain at a secured hospital for life unless doctors deem him no longer a danger. They also said that he had been violent while in custody, with dozens of reports of injury or property damage. Doctors deemed Kurtage unfit to stand trial due to his severe autism, so the jury was asked to determine whether or not he committed the alleged acts, not if he did so with criminal intent. A mental health assessment used as part of the sentence hearing said he continued to express the intent to return to cybercrime as soon as possible. So they've asked him, like, are you going to do it again? And he just keeps saying yes. The second I get access to a Fire TV stick, I'm doing it again. So he is literally in a mental hospital for life until they feel like he is not a danger to society for doing it again. Because they know if he wanted to, he could. Like, he's just that good. So, I hope he gets the support he needs, you know, but the thing with this to remember, as we just saw with the other example of the 17-year-old in question, it's all fun and games. It's all memes about GTA 6. Ooh, he got access to GTA 6, until you realize that they were also doing other things as well. They were not just going after like the big companies. Okay. This group was also targeting individuals. They were scamming elderly people and other people when they got access to their data through the telephone company that they also hacked. They were, at least one of them apparently was being such a creep towards women that he was literally convicted of stalking charges. So it's all fun and games until you look a little bit deeper, and then you realize, okay, no, it wasn't like Robin Hood getting gameplay footage for the masses. You know, this was a criminal organization that operated for years and was collecting lots of material from a lot of different sources, and probably a lot of money as well. Wouldn't this be MI6 or British intelligence, not FBI, CIA? Yes, correct. I'm sure if he was to, like, if the FBI or DOJ wanted to file stuff towards him, they could, because he also committed a lot of crimes towards American companies. So I bet they could, and then they could file an extradition request and stuff, and that would eventually be granted. But in this case, it looks like he's going to be in a mental hospital for his entire life. So what's the point? You know, like, we could go through all of that really expensive, lengthy process to get him extradited. I don't even know if they can extradite somebody who's in a mental hospital. Probably not. But even if they could, they'd get him over here and then he'd just go to prison here. You know, like, what would be the point? So, Anyway, all of this to say, if you were ever wondering what happened to the guy that hacked GTA 6's gameplay footage and stuff, he is in a mental hospital for the rest of his life, and the other people in his organization have also been facing charges, and they've been racking up charges for all sorts of things, whether it be stealing data or also just generally being creeps and getting sentenced for stalking charges and stuff. So, little interesting update. I know people were asking on stream the other day, whatever happened to that guy? There you go. That's what happened. That's what happened. So, the CIA will be employing him in the future. Well, this is where it's either way, he's very capable, which is scary, but it also sounds like there was probably a good amount of like social engineering involved with this as well. Whether it's like, hey, I found an employee that works at Rockstar and I got them to click on this link I sent to their email, and then that gave me remote access to their computer, and then I logged into their Slack, I got their password and everything from there, and then I went in and I was able to get access to the Slack. It probably was not like this grand, you know, crazy complex thing. It probably was something as simple as a phishing email that an employee foolishly clicked on and unknowingly added viruses and stuff to their computer, because that's how quickly this type of thing can happen, especially when people are working from home. One of my brothers works in IT and like security and stuff, and he said 99% of the problems they have with data breaches and stuff come from some person going up and clicking a link and just moving on with their day, not realizing that they just infected like the entire company's servers and stuff. That's just how it happens. Just how it happens. But anyway, there you go. There you go. Thought that was interesting. So enjoy. We should touch on this. Yeah, the Wolverine, Venom stuff as well. Yeah, Tony Stark built this in a cave with a box of scraps. Exactly, quality. We can't do this. We can't do this. It's pretty crazy. Pretty crazy. Yeah, Luke, I work at Rockstar. We need some money to finish GTA 6. Please help. Please help. Please send me your social security number so I can verify that you actually do want to help me. I just need to verify. This is how I verify. Okay. Let's talk about this. Love the shirt. Thank you. Naughty Monica. Can't wait for their next game, I'll tell you what. Yeah. Let's do this. News segment. Deal with it. All right, we have a new report coming out of MP First on Marvel's Wolverine. Details about the Venom project and all sorts of stuff. Now, as we'll see when we go through this, a lot of this stuff that we're going to talk about goes back to a big leak that hit Insomniac back in late 2023. Basically, a group of hackers got access to a ton of data within the company, and it wasn't just like screenshots or concept art. It also included things like company information on employees, like social security numbers, home addresses, phone numbers, stuff like that. Major leak. Like, this was not just, ooh, I got some clips of in development footage. This was significant. Okay. So when it happened, it was really, really tough to talk about because it also included a lot of personal information of people that had nothing to do with anything other than working at the company. Since then, it's been sifted out, and there's some interesting little tidbits. There's some outlines on, like, they also had presentations and like slideshows that were used when doing pitch meetings and stuff for PlayStation. So it like includes information on like budgets and stuff like that, and also just general timelines and stuff. So you can see people broke this down where there were slides including information on a potential Spider-Man multiplayer game that was in development that eventually got canceled. Spider-Man 2, Venom game was slated for late 2025. Wolverine was slated for late 26. Spider-Man 3 for late 28. Ratchet and Clank, another one late 29. X-Men, some sort of project in 2030, and then a brand new IP in the later period in 2031 to 2032, which is how this has to work. I mean, you have to... I clicked forward and then it took me to a different page. Damn it. Come on. What is happening? What is this? Okay, hold on. We'll open it again. We'll do it live. Okay. Yeah, Venom, all of this stuff. They have a rough breakdown of what they expect it to be, 8 to 10 hours, a little bit smaller. The Great Web. They have other things like this. Early concept art for the next Ratchet and Clank game. Okay. X-Men license terms. So information on what they expect that to look like. And this was one of the interesting things. So PlayStation, console, and PC. And these are the things that I find interesting because it's like business data on breakdowns of budgets and stuff. So commitments on the X-Men licensing terms, $621 million comprised of, so this is the deal that they made, $120 million development commitment for each required title, another $120 million in the aggregate for the provisional fourth title. So they're anticipating $120 million development budgets on each of these games. $30 million marketing commitment for each required title, another $15 million for the fourth. So $30 million marketing. So we're up to $150 million budget for each of these games. $9 million recoupable advance for each required title, another $9 million in the aggregate for the provisional. Okay. So they get $9 million cash upfront for it. Release all games by 2035, sell all games through at least 2038, and if later Marvel allows us to, if Marvel allows us to continue. So literally if Marvel tells them you can't sell our game after 2038, like let's say there's a big scandal or something, Marvel can just tell them, nope, you have to delist it, and they can take it off. Just gone. Between now and December 31st, 2035, Marvel cannot release or announce any X-Men games on console, PC streaming, or use X-Men character as a competitive advantage in a game, such as plays Wolverine and Ultimate Alliance exclusively on Xbox. So they locked down that exclusivity. Interesting. X-Men characters can appear in multi-family Marvel games such as Avengers, Guardians of the Galaxy, and Marvel retains rights to children's games and certain X-Men games from the 90s, but they cannot release or announce these games within 45 days before or after release or announce of any of our X-Men games. Digital games, also this is the royalty. So in addition to all of that, licensing deals, okay, this is the licensing deal for the royalties. Marvel will take 9 to 18% of net sales on digital. 9 to 18%. On the case of physical games, or in the case of physical games, 19 to 26% of net sales. DLC, they'll take 19 to 26% of net sales. Hardware bundles, 35% to 50% of wholesale bundle price. Calculated as follows: number of units times wholesale bundle price times applicable royalty rate for bundle times applicable royalty rate for the game. And then termination. Neither party has the right to terminate the agreement for convenience. However, if we do not sell through at least 6 million units on PS5 and PC combined of one of the three major titles in the first year of its PlayStation console release, either party may terminate the agreement. If we terminate, we must pay Marvel $9 million breakup fee plus all unpaid portions of all guarantees. If Marvel terminates, the foregoing fees are waived. The result is that we would not develop any further titles under this agreement, but we can continue to sell all those titles released before termination. So they can break up for $9 million if they don't sell 6 million copies of any single one of these X-Men games. They sell 5 million, either one of them can break out. Interesting. So this is why people are like, oh, why doesn't Larian just go and like sign a deal for like Lord of the Rings or something. This is why. Because like you have to deal with this stuff. Okay. Like this is what you have to deal with. Absolute nightmare. You're giving up in that case, as you saw, like anywhere from 9 to 26% of net sales. You're also giving up tons of money when it comes to like the commitments on budget and marketing and everything. It's very expensive, very, very expensive, but they're doubling down on it being a big deal, putting a lot of eggs in this basket. So as they continue though, but let's look at this specific article, because this article is from 2023, breaking down some of those leaks and the leaked information. As part of those leaks, we also got access to information about the Wolverine game. We got some early dev footage of it and some story beats and things like that. Ideas of how long they were going to be, scope, scale, budgets, all that. And it looks like, honestly, most of Insomniac's projects moving forward are going to be targeting that like 8 to 12 hour range. They're all going to be a good bit shorter. They're not going to be trying to do like a 30, 40 hour game with each of these. They are trying to do something higher production value, more cinematic, bigger budget, set pieces, but shorter overall experience. And that's one of the things that was also borne out in the leaks as well. As they say, almost 2 years have passed since Insomniac suffered one of the biggest security breaches to occur in the games industry. The leak exposed a massive amount of information on various projects in development, including an early build of the previously announced Wolverine and the studio's full release schedule, which included several new titles like Ratchet & Clank games, Spider-Man spin-off centered on Venom. Shortly after the incident, they released a statement confirming that the development of Wolverine would continue as planned. However, this was followed by a period of radio silence that only fueled uncertainty among fans, raising doubts about the current state of several release titles seen in the leaks. Honestly, I never really understood the concerns for cancellation. I remember when the leaks first happened, people would come in a chat and be like, are they going to cancel Wolverine? And that never made sense to me. People are excited about Wolverine. A leak happens that shows some early footage of it and stuff, so they would scrap it all. Like, I just don't understand why they would do that, you know? Like, I don't understand it. I don't understand. But either way, they continue. As some may know, at least one project from this leaked roadmap has already been scrapped. The 3 planned DLCs for Spider-Man 2. These were centered on the villains Carnage and Beetle, with a third intended to tie in with the movie Spider-Man Across the Spider-Verse. Nonetheless, with the launch of the game's PC port, Insomniac officially declared they had no intention of releasing additional content, because I think it wasn't performing quite where they wanted it to. This clear movement happening behind the scenes made us wonder about the current state of projects like Wolverine and Venom, but fortunately we've received updates on both. Someone familiar with the situation has confirmed to us that Wolverine will stick to the 2026 release schedule that has been seen in the leaks, and that Venom project remains in development. Additionally, we have also managed to gather some extra details about Venom based on the information that we've come across, okay? So they've said that both are still happening. And by the way, MP First, they have a pretty good track record, so this is not like coming from nowhere. The most important information we received from our main source is that Wolverine is still on track for a 2026 release, and Venom has been in active development. While we haven't been able to determine how advanced the Venom project is, if we assume that Wolverine remains priority, it's likely that that game is still in pre-production. There are also some details from the story that we got from a different source, but since we couldn't verify these, we recommend that you take these tidbits with a grain of salt. And I'm not too concerned about story spoilers, so I'm just going to skip that. They go on about different possible inclusions, you know, Peter Parker's struggle with Venom, Eddie Brock, and all of that. But they also say, as a final note, we've also come across some clues that suggest that Insomniac is currently working to include Miguel O'Hara, as also known as Spider-Man 2099, in one of their projects. While we don't know if this will be Venom, in Venom, it's more likely that this is related to Spider-Man 3. As some may remember, the multiverse was hinted at through a mission in the last game of the series as a tie-in to the Spider-Verse movies. A simple nod, but the leaked canceled DLC did indicate that this would be expanded on more. With it canceled, this most likely now will lead into a different storyline, or at least another tie-in mission. Yeah, which would make sense. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if they do something like that. So when can we expect it to be released? Well, their plans from 2023 showed that they were initially targeting Venom for this year, but that's obviously changed. It was originally planned to release at the end of this year, but the most recent data from the leaks placed it in 2027. We now assume that this data depends on whether the project has undergone significant changes in scale, considering what was leaked was comparable in size to the Miles Morales game. My guess is it's probably 26, or rather 27, going into 28. It'll be just like Miles Morales was, maybe a cross-generational game. It'll be one of those games that's like smaller in scale, but it's easier for them to ramp up and scale up. So like we can see, ooh, it runs like this on the PS5. It runs like this on the PlayStation 6. Wow. And then they'll come out with the next Spider-Man 3 as a next-gen game that's like a standalone thing, which makes sense to me. And then right after Spider-Man 3, they'll work on the X-Men game, and that'll be like the big thing for the early 2030s. And it'll be their first game built from the ground up entirely, probably for X-Men. Because I'm guessing that Spider-Man 3 will probably be cross-generational. It'll also run on PS5. That would be my suspicion with how they've done it, frankly. But But having said that, it looks like it's still happening. Of course, timelines have changed and shifted, but the Venom game probably still coming as more of a Miles Morales scale, maybe at like $50, $60 more likely. And that'll come in like 2027. But 2026, we get Wolverine, and that is like the big PlayStation game for next fall. That would be my guess. And then in the spring, PlayStation will focus on the live service stuff. They might have a single player game in the form of like that God of War spin-off Metroidvania style 2.5D game. We might get that in the spring, but I'm not sure if they will try to frame that as like their big spring release. They might try to do that with like, I don't know, maybe the Horizon game, maybe Marathon is that game. Fair Game $, maybe, but dude, after hearing that the like game director, creative director dude left, I don't have any secret information, but I just would be shocked if Fair Games is still a thing, you know? Like, I don't know how many games have their director leave that still end up coming out. Like, it's just, I don't know, maybe they found some way to save it that we just don't know about, but yeah, who knows? But either way, looks like Venom is still happening. Things have changed, timelines have shifted, but it's still happening. And it also looks like Insomniac is going all in on the Marvel deals, and they're going to spend a lot of money on those projects. In general, though, I think that their scale and budgets and things are going to shift a little bit. I think they're going to go for shorter games. Like I said, I think the norm is going to shift down to like 10 to 12 hours, probably for most games that are coming out of Insomniac, at least. And they're just going to lean into like bigger productions, because I think they realized with Spider-Man 2 that they can't do a $300 million game again. It just doesn't work. You got to get the budgets down, and so they're going to do that by decreasing the scale, you know, because ultimately there's only so many levers you can adjust in game development. Like, either you have, if you want to decrease costs, you either like pay your devs less, or, you know, you get your development costs lower by having less developers or paying the same number of developers less. You can decrease the scale, so the amount of work that they need to do. And you could do that maybe with like AI enhancements, and you can do things with new tools. You could switch to Unreal Engine, because then you just don't need to optimize your game at all, apparently. Things like that. You can decrease the marketing spend and budget and do things like that. But ultimately, like, there's only so many things you can do to decrease the overall budget of your game. And it seems like decreasing the scale is the most obvious one, while also decreasing spend elsewhere. But ultimately, just making your game half the size is a lot cheaper. It's a lot cheaper. And that seems to be what they're doing. So, yeah. Yep. Okay. Maybe they should have put this talking paragraph a little bit earlier in the article. Yeah, it's an important piece of context, you know, that definitely can like spoil the fun of it. Because initially it's like, oh, wow, he did all this? That's crazy. And then you realize, like, you give it pause and you're like, okay, no, like it's not all fun and games. Like it's actually kind of messed up what they were doing. Yeah. Dying Light the Beast review. Probably not a review, but I do intend on trying it because it looks pretty cool. It helps that Sony is Spider-Man and also is connected closely with Marvel Entertainment. Yeah, but ultimately they still have to sign the like marketing and licensing deals. Either which way. Like, if they want to do that X-Men deal, as we saw, they're giving up a quarter of every dollar that they take in some cases, depending on where the dollar came from. You know, these licensing deals are freaking expensive. Handsome Chips, thank you.
Handsome Chips donated $9.99 through Super Chat. I've noticed a big divide between user and critics' scores on Metacritic, like Borderlands and Metal Gear. Are critics just looking past the performance issues, or are they paid off?
I think that there's multiple things happening. For one, user scores on sites like Metacritic, it's really hard to gauge much of anything from it because they are prone to mass downvoting campaigns and like review bombing. So you can't really read too much into it. You can have really good games that get review bombed for all sorts of things. There was one game where it was getting mass review bombed, not because it had done anything like bad. It was specifically because they launched it and didn't have a Portuguese dub. And because they didn't have Portuguese localization, there was like a Brazilian YouTuber who was like really big in Brazil who made a video or a stream or something calling for his audience to go and review bomb it. And so they review bombed it. And so even though it was like only 10,000 reviews, that all landing at the same time, mass downvoting something, makes it look horrible, you know, but it was literally over not having a Portuguese dub. And so you have to be cautious when looking at user scores for anything, because they can be manipulated for the memes or just for any number of reasons. Sometimes very legitimate reasons, like performance issues in my view, but other times it's not as clearly indicative of what's going on. So for one, that could be it. That could be a component of it, is that it's just being review bombed, and that's not necessarily indicative of the overall quality of the thing. Beyond that, reviewers ignoring performance, I think there's kind of a different gradient of it. Borderlands 4 runs poorly, but I think Borderlands 4 is a good game. It just runs poorly. And so reviewers will often mention performance issues, but this is ultimately a problem with like review methodologies being inconsistent across outlets. So one group may be like, the game is a 9, but because of performance, I'm giving it a 7. And so they put that in the review. You can read it and understand what's happening. Other outlets will say it is a 7, or it's an 8, let's say, out of 10. It's 4 stars out of 5, but it has performance issues. But the performance issues will be fixed and patched and are getting better. So I'm just going to leave my review for the game, what the game is, as it is, and the performance is a separate consideration. And a lot of reviewers and outlets do it that way, where they, unless the game is like downright broken and unplayable, they review the game and the tech performance stuff is on the side. And they're like, leave Digital Foundry reviews that side of it. I'm reviewing the game side of it. So it just depends on how you are breaking it down and how you discuss it and the review methodologies. The thing with sites like Metacritic is that it collects all those people together in the same group. So you get reviewers that are penalizing based on performance. You get reviewers that don't penalize based on performance. You get reviewers that only look at performance and don't really care about the game. And like all of those review scores get hodgepodged into an average. So it's not necessarily a great indicator of overall quality. Ultimately, in the case of Borderlands 4, it's a good game. It just doesn't run anywhere near as well as it should. It's not broken to the point where it's unplayable, unless you're running like really old hardware, as far as I've seen. And, it should run way better than it does, but it's not a mind's eye. It's not a mind's eye. Yeah. Is it in part because reviewers have better PCs than the average player usually? I thought that for a while, but after talking to a lot of reviewers at those sites, I don't actually think that's the case. Most of the reviewers I've seen are running on like 2060s, 2070s. Like they're technically using hardware that is lower than the Steam survey like average, which I believe is a 3060 or 3070, I think is the midline on Steam survey data. Could be wrong about that though. Don't quote me on that. But yeah, the IGN reviewer for Arc Raiders. Yeah, if you haven't seen that, there's exceptions either which way, like of course, but IGN Arc Raiders, dude, that was something. That was something else. That one was crazy. Yeah, dude, this was an official IGN review, and like look at some of the gameplay footage they shared. I don't know what potato they were playing this on. Like there's multiple times where the audio is out of sync. Let me see if I can find that little segment.
Looking for food, or hover between the treasures in the extraction areas, waiting to dispossess the luckiest foragers of their well-won games. The environments are passable, with the usual collection of rusty warehouses, abandoned apartment buildings, and overgrown vacant lots you'll find in a lot of post-apocalyptic shooters. Everything is serviceable, but it all kind of feels like they gave Fortnite a coat of DayZ grime and moved on.
Like what? Yeah, so it's a widespread. If anything, I think it's just that there's no standards, you know, in the case of a lot of like IGN stuff, where you might have somebody playing on a 5090 in one video, but then the next video you have somebody running on a potato, and then they review the games as a company collectively, and so it's just not clear what's happening. But yeah, anyway. Ooh, a review of Silent Hill F leaked. That's funny. Yeah, interesting. One of the writers at DualShockers accidentally leaked his review early. Gave it a 9.5 out of 10. Oops. Accidentally leaking your review early, man. That's crazy. Huh. Weird. Anyway. Okay. Let's do this. Which one? Maybe this. You can do this one. Let's see. That has to be a marketing stunt. Dude, sometimes it feels that way, but you know, the old saying is never attribute to malice, or I would also say never attribute to malice or genius that which can be adequately explained by incompetence. And often it's just a stupid mistake. Like I remember there was one, I think it was ACG, great guy, Jeremy over there. He's a review wizard, but he had a video for a game years and years ago. I don't remember which game it was, but he had a review set to go up. The review embargo though was really weird because it was set for like European times. It was set at like 7 a.m. European Central, whatever time. And so it was like 11 p.m. Central US time or Mountain Standard Time or Pacific Time, whatever it was. So it was a weird time for a review embargo to lift in the States. So when he was reading the email, he saw 11 and his brain just went 11 a.m. So he scheduled the review to go live at 11 a.m. Except it was 11 p.m. So his review dropped like a solid 12 hours too early before everybody else's went up. It was an honest mistake, and it happens all the time, and it's really not a big deal. And when something like that happens and it is an honest mistake, the company is like pretty understanding. Like you didn't mean to leave. Like obviously you just accidentally put it AM instead of PM. It happens all the time. You know. I'm like really anxious about it though. So when I have an embargo set, I see it. And then I won't schedule videos anymore to go live at like a set time. I will wait. And like, if I have a review and the embargo's at 9 a.m., at 9 a.m., I go and I refresh like Metacritic or IGN or whatever outlet to make sure like, did they post it? And once I see somebody else has posted their video, then I publish mine. Because I do not want to be the first one that screws it up. You know, I'm like, if we're going down together. If I'm accidentally posting too early, I need to at least see other people did the same thing. You know, I don't want to risk it. Oh, when will I leak my review of the candle drink? I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. Do you have any video game related conspiracy theories, or at very least, what's your favorite? Oh, I don't know. What is a good video game conspiracy theory? Do you mean like theories within games, like fun fan theories, or do you mean like a conspiracy theory related to video games? Yeah, I don't know. Let's see this one. What video game conspiracy theories do you have? If I remember correctly, this particular theory was outright stated not to be true, but the Ditto are failed Mew clones. Theory is too good to let go of. There is someone at Ubisoft who wants Rayman to fail by releasing the games at awful times and sabotaging the title. Rayman Origins released the same week as Mario 3D lands on the 3DS a week before Skyward Sword. Rayman Legends famously delayed the game 6 months into a busier August when they were slated to be literally the only Wii U game released that month instead of having to compete with Wind Waker. Oh, maybe there's like a conspiracy theory that Herman Holst actually is like obsessively hates Horizon, which is why he's greenlit so many games that have underwhelmed. So like Forbidden West apparently didn't really exceed expectations. It actually sold just as well, if not a little worse, than Horizon Zero Dawn, which was still quite well, but it didn't like outperform the previous game, which is not ideal. He greenlit the VR game, which underperformed, and the Lego game, which was a colossal flop. And now he's greenlit 2 separate live service games and MMOs. So maybe he actually hates them with a passion. And this is his way of like, for like completely destroying the franchise by not just letting it sit dormant, but by making it so everybody becomes sick of it and hates it. And then also, yeah, exactly. Also launching it right next to massive games. Horizon Zero Dawn, launch it right next to Breath of the Wild. Horizon Forbidden West, launch it right next to Elden Ring. Bust a nut. That's a good one. That's a good conspiracy theory. Call of Duty intentionally increased its file sizes so that players with only 500 gigabyte drives can't play anything else. Yeah, you literally fill up so much space on the SSD that you can't install another big live service game. You only have Call of Duty, so you can only play that. That one, I'm not even sure if that's a conspiracy. That just seems like locked, solid, accurate. That just makes sense. That's just good. Or the other one that we recently got confirmation of, that Ubisoft went with the big open world games around the era of AC3. They went open world not because they thought it made better games, but specifically because they thought it would increase playtime, which would decrease the rate at which players would sell their games to secondhand stores like GameStop. And because they could reduce the resale of their games, they could get increased revenues. So it wasn't about just getting more playtime. It was about preventing people from selling the games to GameStop. And the director of Assassin's Creed 3 did an interview recently where he said that is literally what we did. We were told by corporate, you need to have more open world activities, increase playtime, because that will make it so people can't finish the game as fast, and therefore they can't go and sell it to GameStop, quickly, and that will decrease our sales. So that was like a conspiracy theory for a while, that it was done literally just to bloat gameplay time to prevent you from selling the game. But that literally was proven true, that that's what happened. I was actually recently speaking to somebody just a handful of weeks ago that literally worked at Ubisoft during that time. And I asked him about it. He's like, 1000%, that's what happened. Yeah, no, it was one of the strategies that came from like corporate's marketing team, was they realized that they were losing a lot of money to secondhand retailers. So we decided to make a strategic move and pivot to make the games bigger, to prevent people from finishing them quickly and selling them off. So they'd keep the games for longer, and then we wouldn't have to worry about losing sales to secondhand copies. It's like that, not even conspiracy theory. That's definitely what happened. I was like, that's cool. Confirmed. It's funny how something that starts as a conspiracy theory and it's like, we might be reading too much into it, ends up being, no, that's definitely what happened. Yeah, no, 1000%. Yeah, definitely. Surely they would have to spend more money to add the bloat, though. I think not that much more, because a lot of the bloat are like little collectible things. It's little bitty things. Go and collect all of these feathers. We scattered all these animus pages, like the weird pages and things scattered in tough to reach spots. Just go throw those. Have one guy, and all he does for a month is just go and put little collectible pages throughout the game. Just bloat it out. make it bigger. You know, that's all you got to do. It's all you got to do. And that's one of the frustrations, is that a lot of people felt like the collectathon stuff was low effort bloat, as opposed to like having a bajillion quest lines that are really interesting. And that's precisely the reason. It's because it was low effort bloat to try and pad out gameplay time so completionists wouldn't sell the game, and you know, you could see people do it. It's literally the point. Yeah, the feathers were in AC2. The big open world bloat stuff really kickstarted with AC3. That's where it really got going. They had a lot of systems in there. Yeah. I do have a tendency to not resell open world games. Interesting. I think it was a big problem. I remember back when I was in my early teens going to GameStop, and it was like brand new game for $60 on the shelf, and literally right next to it they would have the used copy of that with the GameStop sticker on it, and it was a solid $20 less. Like you could get it for 40. But then there were the really big popular games, people would buy them and it would take them so long to finish it, they wouldn't want to resell it. And you would have like the brand new copy, I'm sure you guys remember this, the brand new copy for 60, and right next to it is the used copy for like 55. Like it was barely discounted next to the new one. And it's because like nobody was selling it. But you can't sell the used copy for more than the like brand new copy. So, you know, gets you to keep it. But that's a good question. Yeah, video game conspiracy theories. That's interesting. I firmly believe that Pokemon Legends Arceus was intended to be the only return to Sinnoh, but either continue requests for Sinnoh remakes. Okay, I'm not familiar with Pokemon, unfortunately. That the PS3 had games. The Tears of the Kingdom was made with both the canceled Switch Pro and the next Switch in mind. Digital Foundry noted that the Switch could not run the clouds that were shown in the early trailer. That the Ascent animation where Link swims up in a green void wasn't in the original trailer. He just pops up like you send to the surface. To me, it seems to indicate that the animation is used to hide the loading of the new area you're in addition to the shrines seem to be designed for Link to seamlessly walk into them without loading times. Yeah, imagine if the Breath of the Wild Tears of the Kingdom had no loading screens between the shrines. That'd be super cool. Super cool. Let's see. Remember the disastrous E3 when Xbox One was announced with always online DRM and Sony dunked on them the very next day? Well, there were rumors leading up to the PS4's announcement that they were going to do something similar. It makes some sense because it's the kind of thing both companies would love if they could get away with. Just to give them that much more control over how people play games. The problem is it's a horrible look. So the only way not to get savage for doing it would be if your competition was also doing the same thing. Then consumers would gripe, but still ultimately buy the console. The conspiracy theory part of this is the notion that Sony led Microsoft in on thinking it was their plan through fake leaks and signals just to make them feel confident in announcing their always online DRM before pulling the rug out from under them. Ooh. That's clever. If that's true, that would be cool. Imagine if for like 2 years they're putting out fake leaks that Sony wants to do that Sony's going to make it so you can't use used games at all. You have to only buy digital or only buy from them. They're saying they're only going to do like a digital console only or something, so that Xbox is like, oh, so we can do that too. Okay, yeah, we'll do it. And then Sony doesn't announce their press conference until after Xbox's. Xbox does their conference, announces all this anti-consumer stuff, and Sony's like, ha ha, got you. Dude, that would be pretty baller. That would be pretty genius if that's the case. Dude, if I ever get the chance to ask like Sean Layden, I'll probably ask him about that, because that would be really funny if he was like, no comment. Can you imagine? Oh, that would be good. That would be good. Oh, man. Dude, this one's crazy. I got a general conspiracy theory that also applies to games. I think the Japanese government is pushing pregnancy fetish into hentai and hentai games to push the fetish into the populace to increase the birth rate. I'm not familiar with hentai or hentai games, but interesting theory. Interesting. Maybe. Who am I to say no? I don't freaking know. I don't know. Let's see. I have found another list, but this one has some spoilers, so I'm going to be careful. I don't know how this is a conspiracy theory. It's like, I guess, 20 video game myths and legends and conspiracy theories. Fallout 3 predicts the future. Throughout the game, players pick up radio signals in the wasteland from former Washington, D.C. The function of the radio serves as a means of broadcasting old pop songs, updating missions, and generally working to build a fuller game world. The device also predicts the future. Occasionally, a series of numbers, which sounds like Morse code, will be broadcast through your Pep Boy. They called it Pep Boy. Okay. The story goes that the code predicted the Deepwater Horizon oil rig disaster right down to the day and the hour. Is that true? Hold on. It predicted. I had never heard this. I never heard that. It puts a pep in your step. That's why they call it that. Let's see. Are there any other ones? GTA 5 and the Black Dahlia. Okay, one page, players directed to another murder in Los Angeles. The murder of Jolene Crimley Evans is strewn with clues on where to find Evans' ghost in Mount Gordo. At 11 p.m., players find a ghost in the distance. She looks a terrifying ghoul up there. She disappears after midnight. Okay, so these are just like fun little tidbits. It's not conspiracy theories. It's not what I want. It's an urban legend. Okay, yeah, this is a well-known urban legend surrounding Fallout 3's radio signals. Okay, the number station style broadcast repeatedly plays 945420210, accidentally in the Gulf, several dead,
Caleb
oil spill
donated
apparently
$10
averted.
Through Super Chat. You coward. Don't skip
Weird.
number 10 now.
What was number 10? Let me check it again. What was number 10? Now I'm scared. Oh, I didn't even read it. Lara Croft is totally naked is the theory. One of the most prevailing urban legends surrounding video games was the famously non-existent Lara Croft nude code. Rumors began circulating that a Tomb Raider nude code existed when the title first dropped way back on the PS1. You can imagine that legions of prepubescent boys were scouring every source known to man to find out if there was any truth to the rumors. The internet was flooded with fake codes, but that's all they were. Fake. No official nude code exists, but head over to 4chan and search Lara Croft nude and see what you get. There are endless mods to get Lara in her birthday suit. Of course there are. That's crazy. This article is from 2013, by the way. That's crazy. That's crazy. Interesting. Okay, and then this one specifically with this Fallout 3 thing. Yeah, so this was a creepypasta. Apparently like specifically tied to Fallout 3 predicting the future with that oil spill, but it was specifically that, like it was a forged thing. Yeah, some of the message, however, quite sinister, such as the Queen has died today, the world mourns as on days like these we are Brits. I can't believe they actually done it. Not long left. The noise okay. Weird. Internet creepypastas. That was a phase of the internet that was kind of fun, honestly. It's kind of fun. But now we just have memes and stuff. It's not the same. Anyway, good question, 53 Nights. Video game conspiracy theories. I had not really dug into those, but it's interesting. There's lots. If you watch this clip and you have any that you find compelling, put them in the comment section. Maybe we'll do a follow-up where we look at some of the audience ideas for gaming conspiracy theories. I'm interested. So let me know your theories in the comments below this video. We'll check them out. Okay. Luke, check if it's legit on 4chan. How dare you? How dare you? Yeah, I'm doing research real quick. Let me check. Dude, I've fallen for plenty of things. I even tried to watch the freaking a freaking Conan O'Brien clip on stream. And then I was like, oh no, it got copyright struck. I could have never seen this coming. Definitely should have. Okay, let's look at this though. We got another one. Another one. Let's do this. News, Emmett. Okay, so we've looked at a video from this creator before. Or have we? Is this the same guy? Hold on. I think it's a different one, actually. No, okay. Let me redo that. I thought we had, but we have not. We have not. Okay. News of it. Okay. One of you guys sent me this video, and it is from a YouTuber by the name of Goated Sinrio, and it's specifically discussing the Elder Scrolls 6 situation, because the stakes have never been higher. People's expectations, honestly, I was gonna say have never been higher, but they might actually be at an all-time low point. And frankly, this is the saving grace of Starfield. It's why maybe right before this we did a segment on gaming conspiracy theories. Maybe, bear with me, go with me on this, maybe Starfield was actually a big brain like psyop where they built a game that was pretty underwhelming and called into question their own capabilities to lower the expectations for Elder Scrolls 6 so that when they come in and they achieve Elder Scrolls 6 and it's really amazing, people are blown away even more. Maybe Starfield is all just supposed... No, it's definitely not. But wouldn't that be kind of at least a little comforting that they meant to make it kind of mediocre? I don't know. But I have said previously, I think the saving grace for Starfield is actually that it lowered expectations for Elder Scrolls 6. Because I think going into Elder Scrolls 6 pre-Starfield, there was no way they could ever live up to those expectations. Zero chance. Especially because it looks like they're going to be launching next to Witcher 4. And let's just be honest with ourselves. Like, I think we all know which game is going to look more impressive. You know, I think we all kind of have a sneaking suspicion, dare I say. So this, I do think, you know, could allow them to come in with Elder Scrolls 6 with lower expectations and actually kind of surpass some of those expectations. But let's be honest, I also think that the hype machine is going to go into absolute overdrive once Todd gets on stage. I mean, it's going to happen. It's just going to happen. Todd's going to get on stage, talk about, we have new castle technology that allows us to have
16 times the detail
in all of our bricks and mortar. And, you know, I don't remember which one this is. This is also, you know, because
we're aiming for a controversial 7 out of 10.
And we're going to achieve that no matter what. Even if...
But something's wrong with the game.
We're still going to do it because ultimately our goal was...
We're aiming for a controversial 7 out of 10.
So I think that they actually could pull this off. I think they could pull off a game that's like pretty good. And as long as expectations aren't crazy high, people will still be happy about it and have a good time with it. But I think the hype machine is going to be absolutely out of this world. And so just buckle up for that. Because I'm going to have to make a lot of videos of like, calm yourselves down. Calm yourselves down. Let's be reasonable, okay? The last few games have been pretty mediocre. I hope they pull it off, but I'm sure there's going to be weird things that we have to kind of debunk as we go through this. And I'll have people trying to cancel me for it again. Like we literally, I won't go into details, but we literally had somebody hack into our local server trying to get access to Starfield footage when Starfield was coming. We had somebody SWAT us and make comments suggesting that their motivation was tied to Starfield and that Luke should stop talking badly about Starfield. And some other things. So like there's a lot. There's a lot. Okay. So I'm kind of braced for the next Bethesda game because maybe he was just doing it. The person that was doing that was just doing it for the memes of like, stop bad-mouthing Starfield. I thought it was funny. But either way, it's concerning. It's not great. So I'm sure when we talk about Elder Scrolls 6, I'll increase security. Isn't it crazy? Like, I'm a YouTuber making videos about like BGS games and open world games and stuff. But if I'm like too harsh on BGS games, I have to worry that somebody's going to try to swap me and my family. How insane is that? It's ridiculous, but that's where we are nowadays. It's where we are. Good thing I people don't realize I have like a direct contact with the FBI. Like, it's crazy, dude. Like, it's crazy. But that's what we have to do nowadays because these people can be absolutely crazy. It's just insanity. But anyway, back to the video. Elder Scrolls 6 situation is a huge mess. Let's see. Did we get him? It's a long story, and I know this sounds overly coy, but the answer is sort of. I don't think I'm allowed to say much more than that. I should text or email my FBI guy and see if I'm allowed to talk about it. But the answer is sort of. You better believe once I'm allowed to share with you details of all of that, I will. I just don't want to jeopardize what's going on behind the scenes by, like, you know, talking about it on a stream, but sort of. Anyway, continuing.
Quote I thought of recently, and it was, if they could, they would. Now, usually this is the kind of line you'd hear tossed around on a lunch break with the ladies gossiping about their husbands that they absolutely hate, but I see it more fitting for Bethesda at this point in time. I did just make that comparison, yes. Bethesda could make The Elder Scrolls 6 a masterpiece if they truly wanted to. They've had the time, over a decade since Skyrim's 2011 release. They've got the money, $7.5 billion from the Microsoft acquisition in 2021, and they have assembled an incredible team of talent from the seasoned designers to actual modders who've kept their games alive.
Couple of little things. For one, the 7.5 billion to be acquired, that goes to the owners and the stakeholders. So there's that. I understand what he's saying though. Like, clearly Microsoft values them at 7.5 billion, so Microsoft will fund whatever they need to make the game. That's true. So maybe I'm just being pedantic and nitpicky. But it's not like they got a $7.5 billion cash infusion for making games. That went to the owners of ZeniMax, and ZeniMax owned ZeniMax Online, ZeniMax Productions. They owned ZeniMax, or they owned Bethesda Softworks, which owns all these other studios. So it wasn't like it all just went to Bethesda Game Studios. Beyond that, I also think that it's perhaps fallacious to assume that if they wanted to, they could, because it's often more complicated than that, right? Like, everybody who's a YouTuber wants to make a viral video that does 5 million views. But it's not like, if it was easy, everybody would do it. It's not just a matter of willpower. It's also a matter of capability. It's a matter of resources and sometimes luck as well. Perhaps the better framing for it would be, if they wanted to, like, really listen to actionable fan feedback, if they wanted to really push the boundary, make changes, and respond to feedback in that positive way, they could, but they have chosen not to. I do agree with the latter point that they have amazing talent at BGS. They have phenomenal talent with decades of experience. That is without a doubt true. My frustration with Bethesda is that they have, I think, largely ignored key pieces of fan feedback for so long that now they may be too far gone. Like, concerns over writing quality, concerns over even little things like dialogue, and certainly technical aspects of what their engine is capable of. Those have largely been ignored for so long that I think now they're in too deep. I think they've built the entire writing staff around Emil Pagliarulo, and I just don't think he's personally, I'm sure he's a phenomenally nice guy and he's very smart, and I'm sure he's a great guy. Like, this is not personal. I'm just going off of the writing stuff that I've seen him produce. I don't think he's capable of creating the stories that people want out of these games. You know, I think his approach to Fallout, he said in the Making of Fallout 3 documentary that his approach is to make something that's pure escapist entertainment, that's something that's just like outrageous and silly and fun. And that works in Fallout 3 in 2008. I think in 2025, going in 2026, people have different expectations. And I just think that it's not the kind of game that he makes. And instead of listening to fan feedback and being like, oh, you want a Fallout game with like New Vegas writing, and you want an Elder Scrolls with more inspiration taken from The Witcher. Okay, instead of listening to that and working to respond to that, they're just doubling down on everything they've done before. And then some of their old habits are just rearing their heads more and more. Like in the case of, doubling down on paid mods and stuff like that. So all of this, I know we're only 37 seconds in, but I just want to lay the groundwork at the outset. That I think that it's not always just a matter of will, it's a matter of capabilities. And I do think Bethesda is capable in this case of delivering maybe not a masterpiece, but definitely something much, much better than their batting average has been for the last decade or so, I think. Sneaky Pickle says, yeah, Pete Hines right out said that last week that BGS is not the same company anymore. Yeah, well, whenever a company gets acquired by a multi-billion-dollar corporation, things change. They have to. I mean, you can't run a small company that's got like, I don't know how big BGS is in total now because it's got multiple studios, but it's maybe like 800 people across everything. They've gotten, like, you can't run that company the same way you did once a multi-trillion-dollar company comes in and decides to buy you out. There's different standards. There's all sorts of stuff that changes. And I think that they've largely struggled with adjusting to that new way of life, as has been demonstrated by the kind of lackluster release schedule and amount of content. The fact that they spent a year on Shattered Space is shocking. It's shocking. Because it was so lacking, but it shows that there's a real lack of agility and dynamism within BGS, which is also something we've talked about many other times. The GDC interview or a speech and keynote by Will Shen and the other gentleman, I don't recall his name, both former Bethesda Game Studios employees who left after Starfield, and they had a lot of interesting little reveals, like when Will Shen said that he spent hours and hours and hours doing things like making tutorials on the toolkit for the creation engine, which is insane. Like, you have one of your senior developers, and he's spending
at various times throughout production,
like hours and hours of his day making tutorials. Oh, look at this.
Task tracking software. We were using Jira at the time. Jira definitely became a way of life as we tried to reconcile and handle all of the work being done across so many people. And the process we ended up settling on was one that was departmental focused. So we had all of the approvals handled by a departmental lead who also had a departmental producer. So for example, quest design, there was a lead quest designer. I was the lead quest designer for Starfield. I had a design producer specific to quest, and we would go through all of the requests and proposals, approve them, and then send that up to a member of senior leadership who would also approve them.
Just bureaucratic bloat. Like, they're describing layers of middle managers, of approvals and stuff for anything to get done. Like, sounds like a nightmare, doesn't it? Sounds like an absolute nightmare. And on the flip side, what CDPR talked about in their GDC talk, or maybe it was DICE actually, I think it was DICE. What they described was, instead of having each department seeking approvals through the different layers of managers, you know, you got to get approval from this guy, and then he sends it up to get approval from this guy, and then that trickles down, and then it moves to the next department, each time going through multiple waves of approvals before it gets passed down to the next team, and then it gets more approvals and more approvals. What CDPR did instead was really, really simple. They just said, we're going to have strike teams. So instead of a bunch of different departments, we're going to have one team that has different people from all different departments, and they're each going to kind of represent their departments within that group. So you'll have an artist, you'll have an animator, you'll have a quest designer, you'll have one of the programmers, you'll have all these people in the smaller strike team, and this strike team will make something from the ground up, and then that goes up and gets approved. And so you don't have to go through this whole process of like, from one department, they get approvals at multiple different stages, and then it goes to the next department, they get approvals, and then, oh, something got disapproved. We got to send it back to the beginning. It goes here, it goes back through the same approvals. You don't have to do that anymore. Like, it works way, way, way better. And it's the reason why you got like a Phantom Liberty as the Cyberpunk expansion, and you got Shattered Space as the Starfield expansion. Anyway, 37 seconds in. This isn't going well. Sorry.
But here's the thing, they just don't seem to have the heart to do it. Bethesda's model has sadly shifted as the years have rolled by. I like to think that they used to be the gold standard, a studio that put you, the consumer, first. They crafted worlds like Tamriel where you could lose yourself for hundreds of hours, designed experiences to make you fall in love with their lore, and most importantly, they wanted you to come back for more. And I suppose we did. Skyrim sold 30 million copies by 2016, a testament to that era. But when we return to some of their most recent titles, the consumer-first model had morphed into something uglier, something different. A relentless machine designed to fleece the pockets of their most loyal fans and the very people who've defended them through thick and thin. I mean, let's take a...
Well, and I'm sure this is where he's going, but I think it's also it's selective listening. You know, it's selective listening with different data sets. So there's an instance. It's something Jeff Bezos has talked about in multiple interviews, but it's also in multiple books that I've read. Like in college, studying business, you have to read a lot of books, especially on the biggest companies in the world, like Amazon. So I'm reminded of one interview where Jeff talked about a saying that he has, which is that when anecdote and data disagree, the anecdote is usually correct. And in his instance, his example was, the anecdote is that our customer service wait times to find a contact within customer service and talk to a human being to fix a problem, that is too long. That's the anecdote. People are telling them that. That's the kind of stereotype within the company and customers. But the data they had was saying, actually, our total wait time has decreased month over month or quarter over quarter, and our ticket fulfillment rate has increased significantly. So actually our data suggests that it's actually going better than ever. And in his case, like he said, the anecdote disagreed with the data. So what's happening? Why is the customer's perception different from what the data shows? Usually it's that the data is wrong. And so what he did in that meeting was he literally pulled out his phone and called the customer support line. As the CEO of Amazon, multi-billionaire, crazy dude, pulls out his cell phone and calls the customer support line on his phone. And they wait for like 10 minutes. And so then he turns to the guy that's in charge of all of the customer service stuff and is like, why is this happening? Why does the data say that this is so much better than it clearly... It's not that good. It's not working right. What's wrong? And then they could deal with it. And the reason I bring that up in the context of BGS is because I think their data suggests player engagement is higher than ever. People are spending more hours than ever before in their games. People are spending more in the Creation Club with paid mods than ever before. Like, they're looking at data that suggests everything is amazing. But the anecdote is that the games are more soulless, that they're more bland and boring than ever before. The anecdote disagrees with the data that they portray. And you hear that in the interviews where the interviewer will ask Todd and be like, hey, what is the deal? What do you think of the people that found Starfield underwhelming, that thought that it lost some of the magic secret sauce that made Bethesda games so great? And like exploration feeling boring and bland compared to like Fallout 4. What do you have to say to that? And Todd says, well, we have more players than ever before. And, you know, there's lots of people who really like Starfield and there's some people that like it less, but we had more players day one than ever before. And we had more gameplay hours. Our average play time is higher than ever. And you start to see how this type of thing just swells and swells and swells and swells, because what ultimately happens is you get company leadership that is too deep in the data and they're not looking at the anecdote because they're not really interested in it. They're not really interested in whether the anecdote and data disagree and which one actually is accurate, because the data is telling them what they want to see. And so they stick with that. And I think that is ultimately the problem within BGS, is that it's It's a leadership issue. They have the talent, they have the resources, as he described. And the way he put it, he used the word heart. They don't have the heart to do it. And I think we're saying the same thing. It's maybe hard, but I think it's also a humility to actually reflect on maybe uncomfortable truths, that the data may show that lots of things are going well, but the anecdote, I think, is pretty clear, as we can see across the internet. The sort of stereotypical thing about Starfield is that it's a boring game. It's bland. It's so boring. Modders didn't even want to mod for it, and they gave up on the game, and it's just totally mediocre, and it's a total disappointment. That's the stereotype and the meme of Starfield, and that's the anecdote that people have when they play the game. That's their experience. That's what they say. It's not necessarily borne out in a spreadsheet that Bethesda has at corporate, but they should pay attention to that. And so long as they ignore it intentionally because they have a spreadsheet that they claim disagrees with it, I think they're not going to make any improvements whatsoever. Because again, just like Jeff Bezos brought up, usually when the anecdote and the data disagrees, the anecdote is right. And in the case of Bethesda, they just refuse to even engage with that conversation at all.
Take a look at their last 3 releases as a bit of evidence. Fallout 4 in 2015 introduced paid mods, a move that sparked absolute outrage, turning a once creative community into a cash cow. Then came Fallout 76 in 2018, a live service game so riddled with bugs where they pushed all sorts of nonsense on you, from cosmetic items to buying your own private servers. And then you had the holy Starfield in 2023, where Bethesda introduced a very selfless feature where we're able to pay them money for them to provide us with quests. Paid quests. So given the direction Bethesda is clearly heading, I've got a little bit of a pitch for the Elder Scrolls 6 that they would absolutely love to hear. One that really follows the trailblazing industry trends that they are set in. Picture this, a subscription service layered on top of Game Pass. We'll have 3 tiers. Tier 3 for the newcomers, and that would cost you $50 per month. And this would allow you to wander around the world in Elder Scrolls 6. You can look, but you can't touch just yet. Tier 2 would be for the more casual fans, and would only come in at about $100 per month. Now, this would actually unlock interactions with characters and the ability to maybe pick up items. I'm still
Stop giving them ideas.
thinking about that one yet. It's certainly progress, but at a premium. And for the full base game experience, well, that'll also be $100, but this time per week. This affordable scheme ensures that Bethesda's profits soar with an extremely low customer satisfaction rate, because isn't that their game now? Isn't that what they want? There was actually a recent report done by the 2025 Consumer Reports, and
well, but would inevitably, of course, they wouldn't go that aggressive with the pricing, to be clear, but what would inevitably happen if they were to do something like that, where maybe it's like Elder Scrolls 6 is what you get in Game Pass for the base price of the game, whatever. But if you want the added thing, maybe they have like a new co-op component where you can go through missions with your friend. But that requires the Elder Scrolls Pass or whatever, and it's like $5 a month, $10 a month to play co-op missions with your friend in Elder Scrolls 6. If they were to do that, people would naturally be kind of upset, but they'd get a lot of money. And then when interviewed about it, they would just point to it and be like, well, we've seen higher engagement rates than ever before. We've had 10 million people try co-op in Elder Scrolls 6, and they are loving it. They're eating it up. And we're also seeing more paid mods or Creation Club engagement than ever before. It would just be a pivot. It would just be a shift. And then they, again, anchor to the data that tells them what they want to hear and ignore everything else, which is how you end up with a company that comes off as so out of touch, because they're choosing not to engage with the anecdotal experiences of individuals, and instead they just focus on the ones and zeros on the spreadsheet.
It showed a survey where 68% of gamers feel exploited by microtransactions, and Bethesda is just one of the many companies seemingly leading the charge here. Because why would they want to make the Elder Scrolls 6 great when they can go ahead and charge you to buy mods to improve the base game that should already be good? This disgusting model might just be their future, and it's a sad reflection of a studio that has really lost its way. Of course, there's many things on top of that which I'll also be discussing in today's video, but before we do get into it, it turns out that only 0.3% of my watchers are actually subscribed, so if you find yourself enjoying today's video, please be sure to consider subscribing. It really does help the channel. And
yeah, you got to help small channels and creators get a get a foothold. We need more fresh voices. We need more fresh voices. I'll throw a sub. Hell yeah. But I think with this, it's also important to just remember that our idea of Bethesda is not necessarily how they view themselves anymore. Okay. We largely view, and I'm saying we as like people in my community, because I've seen this a lot. We view Bethesda as like the Bethesda of 2011 making Skyrim, you know, like that's when we think of BGS, that's who we think of. We think of this company. I don't think that's how Bethesda thinks of themselves. I don't think that's how Todd thinks of Bethesda anymore. I think he views them as a massive multimedia production company that makes mobile games, makes a big old live service Fallout game as well, and also makes single player games. But he views it very much differently than we do. It's why, and I said this in a recent video on the main channel, I pointed out that Todd has gotten really cagey with his statements around Fallout 5. Everybody kind of assumed that after Elder Scrolls 6, Fallout 5 is coming, right? Everybody just assumed that that's what it was. And Todd said some stuff that they were doing that. But in recent interviews, he's followed it up and said things like, yeah, in that interview when I said that after Elder Scrolls 6, we're doing Fallout 5, I didn't necessarily mean like right up. I meant some point in the future. If it were right after, I would think they would just say that. They had no problem saying Elder Scrolls 6 was right after Starfield. Why do they not want to say that Fallout 5 is right after Elder Scrolls 6? Cersei, I think you may be right. Think of it. Think of it. What has Bethesda tried to do with every one of their major IP? Establish a live service offering to hold players over and generate revenue with that IP between major single player releases. They have an Elder Scrolls online option. They have a Fallout online option that's doing better than ever after the show. They don't have a Starfield online option. I think there is a non-zero probability that after Elder Scrolls 6, they may try to do a Starfield 76. And I know people are going to be like, there's no way. I don't want this to happen, okay? Why else would he get real cagey all of a sudden? Walking back Fallout 5 discussions. Why would he still be so insistent that Starfield is part of the 3 core pillars of Bethesda now? He says that Starfield is right up next to Elder Scrolls and Fallout. Again, don't look at it the way you want to look at it. Look at it the way Todd looks at it, the way Emil looks at it. They think Starfield was baller, dude. They think it was awesome. They see no problem with it. Just saying. Just saying. We'll see. We'll see. I don't know. It's called No Man's Sky. Well, that's the thing, is they'd be competing with No Man's Sky, which is why I think it's a terrible idea if they actually do it. And it might change. Who knows? It might shift and change. Maybe the project they're putting between Elder Scrolls 6 and Fallout 5 is something totally different. Maybe they're going to do another mini Elder Scrolls game. Maybe they're going to do their own version of Elder Scrolls, but online, because they're going to like phase out ESO. Maybe they're going to do like Elder Scrolls 76, and it's going to be like I kind of alluded to. It's going to be like a Elder Scrolls 6 with co-op and stuff like that. Maybe that's what they do. I don't know. But we'll see. We'll see. But I do think that there's going to be something between Elder Scrolls 6 and Fallout 5, which I think almost certainly locks in the idea that Fallout 5 doesn't come until after 20 years. Between Fallout 5 or Fallout 4 and Fallout 5. Anyway, continuing on.
make sure to hype this video as well if you enjoyed it. One of the main factors in this downward spiral for Bethesda was really the acquisition with Microsoft, and hear me out on this. They've been twerking for Microsoft ever since the acquisition whispers even started swirling, and it's a dance that began long before this $7.5 billion deal officially closed on March 9th, 2021. I like to think of it beginning all the way back in 2018 with the Elder Scrolls 6 teaser trailer. Those 30 seconds of breathtaking landscapes and a promise of an epic adventure wasn't just a treat for fans eagerly awaiting for the next chapter. I think it was more a calculated move to actually twerk for Microsoft. It was designed to impress them. Those takeover plans were likely in motion by late 2017, and I'm thinking that this was a way to really seal the deal. It was a strategic...
Oh yeah, I made a video back in, I think it was 2019 or 2020, where I predicted that ZeniMax was going to sell to Microsoft. And I remember when the deal was announced, like all of my mentions and comments were filled with, "Oh my God, Luke got it right." But it did not take a genius. I'm not like a super genius at all. I just noticed the company is run by the same people they've always been run by. That leadership hasn't changed. And yet, all of a sudden, Bethesda's getting real greedy. They're pumping out live service stuff. They're pumping out all of these announcements for everything they have on their docket. It's almost like they want to appear as a very valuable company to a prospective buyer. And sure enough, they were dropping everything they had to make sure that they could look as appealing as they possibly could to the buyer, which ended up being Microsoft. Microsoft came in, bought them up for the max price, and then, you know, the rest is history. But yeah, without a doubt, I think it definitely was, look at me, I'm valuable. That's definitely what the 2018 showcase was.
Flex, a polished demo reel to showcase Bethesda's crown jewel, The Elder Scrolls, to a corporate suitor with deep pockets and a hunger for exclusive IPs, Microsoft. With them eyeing Bethesda's portfolio to really supercharge Xbox Game Pass and compete with Sony's PlayStation ecosystem, they saw the potential, and that trailer was their golden ticket to seal that deal. I kind of feel like it was a move that you'd expect from a studio desperate to prove its worth, and Bethesda did play it to perfection. Now, Bethesda, facing scrutiny after Fallout 4's mixed reception and the looming disaster of Fallout 4 still to come, they really needed a lifeline. That 2018 teaser released at E3 with Todd Howard's signature grin was less about delivering a game and more about dangling a carrot, the Elder Scrolls 6 as a ultimate bargaining chip. And I suppose that's all it ever was to them. It wasn't really a game, it wasn't an experience they were going to give us, it was just that ace that they had in their sleeve that they wanted to impress the people around them, not the people who enjoy their games. Microsoft...
Well, I think there were interviews at the time, or that came out years later about the time, where Todd said that they basically had the one sheet, like they knew what they wanted to do with Elder Scrolls 6, but it was not like, you know, the sizzle reel. It's not like this was in the engine. You know, this was a cinematic designed to give a feeling. And it's really common in development that they'll make something that is like, what do they call it? There's an actual name for it. Not key art, there's something else. But it's basically supposed to be the emotional anchor. It's the thing that you can kind of put on your wall and you glance at it and go, that's what we're making. It gives you a feeling, a sense of direction, right? And that's basically what they were trying to do here. And so, I mean, I'm sure we'll get something that looks kind of similar to this, but it's not quite the same. But yeah, I think that this was very, very early on, and it was, again, something that was pretty much directed probably by Robert Altman and the upper management at ZeniMax, because they were like, you need to get ready, like, because we're going to sell, so we need to show everything we've got to really excite our potential buyer, because it sounds like Microsoft might even bid for us, so get in there.
Steelbones donated $20 through
Thank you,
Super
Steelbones.
Chat. Starfield 76. Remember those empty planets we used to fill out the poor pacing of populated planets? Get ready, well, we solved it by dropping the populated planets. It's up for the player as a new age spacer to make their own.
Yeah. I mean, I think it's probably more likely that they do an Elder Scrolls 6 online, or Elder Scrolls, they call it something like, I don't know, together. I have no idea what they call it. But sort of like the next generation of ESO, but it's made by Bethesda and it's in-house, and it's basically Elder Scrolls Online, but made by Bethesda and maybe more narrative. I don't know, because I'm also, this is tied to this. The reason why I think this is likely for Elder Scrolls Online specifically. A lot of people are like, well, they're already doing ESO through ZeniMax. Yes, ZeniMax Online Entertainment makes ESO. ZeniMax Online Entertainment also recently unionized. And what is one thing Microsoft really, really doesn't like? Unions. In fact, when they just laid off hundreds of people back in June, one of the common threads was that a lot of the layoffs occurred at teams and groups that either had just unionized or were currently negotiating their union deals with Microsoft. So I don't think it's out of the realm of possibility that Microsoft could be like, ESO is kind of winding down. BGS wants to do their own online thing. They just had another massive project, that Project Blackbird, that ZeniMax Online Entertainment was working on for years. And they canceled that and fired a bunch of people working on that who were part of ZeniMax Online Entertainment. And so maybe they're just like, maybe we just shift gears. Maybe we just let BGS do Elder Scrolls Online, Elder Scrolls 76, and we let ESO kind of fade out, and then we get rid of ZeniMax Online Entertainment. Like, I think that's actually quite likely, unfortunately, but it's just the reality that Microsoft doesn't tend to keep companies that have very strong, forceful unions around for very long, unless they are very performant and generating a lot of money. BGS has several unions at play across their studios in different degrees. There's like different unions depending on where you are and what department you're working in and stuff. But I think they are performant. I think they make the money to justify it, you know. So I think that's the exception. Anyway, continuing on.
People around them, not the people who enjoy their games. Microsoft know, and especially Bethesda know, that no matter how the Elder Scrolls 6 is in terms of the gameplay, if it pushes the boundaries that it should, it doesn't matter. Everyone knows it's going to sell, and it's going to sell very well. When you attach the Elder Scrolls franchise to any sort of game, it's going to get numbers. And when you put the most anticipated RPG maybe ever after GTA 6 up on the market, yeah, people are going to play it. No matter...
Again, they're picking GTA, not really an RPG, but I see what you mean. Like open world game, adventure game. Yeah. My headphones are dying. I'm going to swap the battery real quick. But it's like, again, I agree that BGS, their stuff sells, dude. Like, and people talk about it. People talk about it a lot. Even when the games are kind of mediocre, people talk about them. I can still make a video on Starfield, and a lot of people will tune into it because they like BGS as a studio. They want to play their games and they want them to make the kind of games that they like. It's just unfortunate that it's been a while since they made a game that lived up to their reputation or their potential, I guess. So, you know, I do agree that their name carries a lot of weight. I think after Starfield, it carries a lot less weight, but it still carries weight for sure. Let's continue.
How many people want to try and boycott Bethesda, no matter how many people say, guys, we shouldn't buy this game, it doesn't matter. People are going to end up buying it. People like myself who are making this video right here, right now. I'm hating on it, but I'm going to buy it. Yeah, of course, because I want to play and experience this for myself. But I'm pretty sure I know what I'll be experiencing, and it's going to be the same clunky mess that many of Bethesda's games have been plagued with in the past, and that is due to their lack of an upgraded engine. Another major concern I feel like Bethesda have sort of cheaped out with, is the only way I can really say it, is almost their comical lack of investment into an upgraded engine, a decision that is going to drag the Elder Scrolls 6 back into the stone age of gaming technology. If you
I think it's the creation engine is capable of a lot of really cool things, and this is one point. I'm not saying that this creator is you know saying this. I'm saying I've heard this elsewhere. Go to Sinro. I'm not saying that he's saying this, but I've heard people say that the creation engine is like totally antiquated and totally useless and should be immediately abandoned. I don't think that that's fair. The creation engine is very good at certain things. The reason it stood out so bad with Starfield is because Starfield is like a perfect game to showcase all of the weaknesses of the creation engine. If you know you're going to be making a painting with, or like maybe we even just go like this. If I know that I'm going to be using a certain tool, and in this case it's MS Paint with 248 pixel brush size, and I know that I have to draw something or write something, I'm not going to try to write in like or draw a really beautiful fine detailed landscape. Like I'm not going to try to draw that tree where it's like, okay, here's the trunk, and then here's some branches, and then here's some more branches and little branches going off there and little branches there, and then here's some leaves there's my tree. I use the wrong tool for the job, but if I have to use this tool, I should change what I'm drawing knowing the tool that I have, right? Instead of trying to draw the fine detailed tree that I see over here, I'm maybe just going to do a really simple something that my tool can handle, right? Because if you're locked into the tool and you can't change the tool, you should adjust what you're making so the tool is more appropriate for the job. My problem with Starfield is that they were forced to use the creation engine toolkit because they didn't have a choice, and they happened to design it in a way where it just perfectly exemplified everything wrong with the creation engine. It's not good at loading stuff quickly. It's not good at massive environments that are fully dynamic. You can't stream directly from, one area to the next. You have to have individual instances, and it all goes back to how the core engine works with how they calculate floats and everything. Like, it just doesn't work the way you need it to work for something like a space exploration game that's seamless. It just doesn't work that way. So if they wanted to have it do well, they should have not tried to do 1,000 planets. They shouldn't have had it broken up with so many load screens, because it just doesn't frame the game well. That being said, I do think with Elder Scrolls 6, those problems will be much less noticeable. Yes, you'll probably still have to go into a load screen when you enter into a building like this. I think you'll load into the building, open the door, loads in, you're inside the building. I don't think that's a huge deal. Does it look outdated compared to what like CDPR is going to do with The Witcher 4? Almost certainly. But I don't think it's that big of a deal compared to Starfield, where literally every 20 seconds you were loading if you were trying to get to an objective marker. You're like, oh, I got to go into here, load. Get off the ship, load. Go into the city, load. Go to the next district in the city, load screen. You go into the building, load screen. Oh, he's in the room in the back of the building. Go in there, load screen. And then I got to get back to my ship. So I have to load every which way, or I have to fast travel back over. I don't think it'll be that big of a deal with an Elder Scrolls 6 if they design it similarly to Starfield. So I think it'll be less jarring. I still think it will be outdated, but it's not going to be as clearly outdated. And honestly, the creation engine does allow them to do some things that other engines are not very good at. The mod support is a big one. That will be a nice addition to the game that will help it in the long run, absolutely. And other things, just simply like the physics sim and complex NPC interactions, that can be really, really nice as well. So I think the engine issue is less severe with Elder Scrolls 6 compared to Starfield, but it definitely will be a point of contention and frustration, especially because this is almost certainly launching within like 9 months of Witcher 4, if current timelines stick, which would be crazy. Because again, like it sounds like they are phrasing it internally that they are using Creation Engine 2 for Elder Scrolls 6, meaning they're using the same tools they used for Starfield. And some upgrades and improvements will be made for sure, but it's not like a total overhaul. They described the overhaul from Fallout 76 to Starfield as an overhaul. That's why they put the 2 next to it, Creation Engine 2, even though it's the same engine, it's just got some new bells and whistles. With this, it seems like they're just using the Starfield toolkit, so it's not going to be like a total overhaul compared to what we're going to see with, Witcher 4, which I think will be much more crazy. Hopefully not a stutter fest, but we'll see about that.
Cut through this entire PR spin, this isn't some noble gesture to empower the community, it is a cost-saving tactic that lets modders do Bethesda's work for them, turning their games into Frankenstein's monsters held together by duct tape and goodwill. Now, the creation engine was originally cobbled together for the Elder Scrolls Morrowind in 2002, through Oblivion in 2006, Skyrim in 2011, Fallout 4 in 2015, and Starfield in 2023. That is a relic that creaks under modern demands. Clunky physics that send NPCs flying, dated lighting that look like a 2000s filter, and those infamous loading screens that interrupted Starfield's space immersion, with 10-second blackouts when you go from planet to planet. A far cry from No Man's Sky's seamless transition between all of their planets. The neglect isn't necessarily just lazy, but I do feel it's a deliberate choice to coast on nostalgia as well. It's a decision that could doom the Elder Scrolls 6 to irrelevance, because they believe that their creation engine is quirky and derpy, and that's the way they like it. Now, to understand how bad it really is, I want to...
Well, I think it's a sentiment I've heard from like defenders of like Starfield, you know, the three of them that there are, but I have heard people describe it as, if you're playing a space exploration game and your biggest problem are load screens, then you were never going to like the game anyways. Fair. But I would say that that's indicative of how mediocre the rest of the game is, that it can be spoiled by load screens. Because if the writing were phenomenal, if the art direction were stellar, if the world building were captivating, we would all look the other way with the load screens. I really do believe that. I think if the rest of the game were phenomenal, the load screens would have still impact. It would still be problematic for exploration, but I think it wouldn't be anywhere near a big deal. The problem for Starfield is that everything else is so mediocre that you kind of go back and rely on the exploration to save the experience. But then even the exploration, the one thing BGS has always been really good at, the exploration is lackluster and mediocre, in large part because of the technical restrictions and the load screens and everything. So, like, again, the engine isn't a one, like, it's not a panacea. It's not just like, oh, we fixed it, we got a new engine. It doesn't work that way. It's way more complicated than that. They have to do a lot more work than just engine stuff to make Elder Scrolls 6 what people want it to be.
I compare it to the competition, that being Red Dead Redemption 2, for example. Now, they leveraged Rockstar's Rage engine to deliver photorealistic environments, think swaying grass, dynamic wildlife, and NPC routines that feel alive. As well as that, you have The Witcher 3 all the way back in 2015, and they use CDPR's Red engine to craft adaptive weather systems, lush forests, and interactive NPCs. Obviously, both of these games being older than Starfield by quite a few years now, and it really does help show the gap between Bethesda and other studios, the studios who actually invest in their games and want to spend money. And it's actually ironic how a company like CDPR can make far superior games to Bethesda and not push microtransactions onto their consumers. Like I previously said earlier, I feel like Bethesda sort of lie on this modders excuse, and it is the flimsiest part of their defense to keep the creation engine the way it is and not invest in it. For sure, mods have kept their games alive. Skyrim's modding community has logged over 1 billion downloads since 2011. This is a double-edged sword, however. Modders are essentially doing Bethesda's job, making their games better and more interactive than Bethesda ever could, adding content the studio should have included in the first place, quest lines that actually outshine vanilla versions of Bethesda's games. With this sort of mindset that you can go ahead and charge people for mods as well, the laziness suggests that the Elder Scrolls 6 is once again going to be leaning heavily on modders, once again using the excuse that people are just adding their own perspectives to the game, when in reality they're just fixing your game.
Well, and there's different types of mods. My frustration is that, for one, if we break it up, there's like silly, stupid mods. Like, you remember the one we looked, I still am scarred by it. The Stellar Blade mod, where this is real. You can look it up. I don't recommend it, but you can. We're on stream and looking at Stellar Blade mods. People are like, you should look it up. And like, literally, there was one where it replaces her hands with feet. Like, y'all need Jesus. Like, somebody had to spend a lot of time doing that. So like, all the cutscenes, she's like, with her foot. It was like so upsetting. Anyway, like, some mods are stupid, silly mods like that, right? Not a big deal. People are gonna make them no matter what. Other mods are like actual technical enhancements or improvements. Like even now there's some mods for Borderlands 4 which already can do major improvements to performance, overhauling major components of it to make it run better. Or in the case of like Starfield or Fallout, things that fix performance or fix bugs in the game that have been around since launch, you know. And so they come in, they can do performance enhancements, engine overhauls to increase overall fidelity or decrease load times and stuff like that. So there's mods like that, which in an ideal world don't exist, right? If the game is polished and runs well, you shouldn't need modders to fix stuff. It should just run so well that you don't need it. You know, in an ideal world, those mods don't exist. And then there's also another kind of subset of mods, which are just pure content. And that's things like adding quest lines. That's things like adding new companions, new things like that, that you would maybe see in an expansion or something from the developer themselves, but modders will do it for free. Even though it's real substantive content, they don't make money on it. So what Bethesda realized they could do is that they could do the Creations Club, or Creations, I believe is what they call it now. And they could then charge money and frame it as though they are helping the modders get paid for this amazing work that they were doing anyways. So if you go to their page, you can see Creations. Wow. Creations. Popular now. All of these. The Observatory. Add to your bookmarks and buy in game. Okay. But they have these things. So this one is one made by BGS themselves. Okay. Added content that they're putting in. But even if we look at something made by somebody else, highest rated, this one is 100. So this is effectively $1. Okay. Comic book style frames and textures for photo mode. So what they did is they put this in, you can spend $1 on it, and it's a mod. And Bethesda gets to say, we are helping modders and the little guy by allowing them to make money for their hard work modding the game. So really, we're doing the modders a favor. We're helping the little guy. But interestingly, they have not broken down publicly, as far as I've ever been able to find, and I talk about this a lot. They've never broken down clearly what the split is. When you spend 100 credits or whatever it is, so effectively $1, how much of that actually goes to the modder? What do you think? Because I did some digging. I talked to some people who went off the record because they're not allowed to talk about this publicly under NDA and stuff. What I was told, and I would love for BGS to come out and correct me if this is wrong. What I was told is that of the $1, of the 100 points, okay, we have 40% of it goes to BGS, 30% of it goes to the platform. So this would be if you bought it through Steam takes 30%, so that goes to the platform. If you bought it through the Xbox store because you're playing on Game Pass, Xbox takes the 30%. Or if you're playing through PlayStation takes 30%. If you're playing like Fallout 76 or Fallout 4. And then that leaves, of course, 30, so it's not proportional, but bear with me. 30% goes to the modder. That's what I was told. So of every $1 you spend, 30 cents goes to the actual modder. Doesn't sound that benevolent, does it? Now they could come out if it's actually like, hey, no. They make 80%. We only take 20%. If that's the case, that would be news to me and news to a lot of the people I've spoken with that work on these things. Maybe it's a case-by-case deal and they do different splits for everybody. That's possible. And the people I spoke to just have a worse split. We don't know. But we do know that they're not transparent about it. And if they wanted to be transparent about it, they could. And yet they're not. And usually when a company's not transparent about something, it's because they don't want you to know because it makes them look bad. Just saying. So I think, you know, the excuse that we're doing paid mods because we want to help out the little guy doesn't hold a lot of water when you dig into it a little deeper. And what ultimately happens is this is my ultimate problem with paid mods. It literally incentivizes Bethesda to not fix things or provide content. Because if they have really compelling companions, if they have really compelling side quests and stuff to the point where you don't even need to bother with extra outside sources through mods and stuff for secondary questing and things, if the quests in the game are so good, modders won't need to do that. They won't need to make their own secondary things. And there is no reason for those players to go and spend $3, $4, $5 on these paid mods to fix the game. And so Bethesda has a monetary incentive to leave the game a little bit worse than it could have been, to leave holes that can be filled by modders that they can then take a cut of. But they don't have to deal with the negative PR of selling as DLC a fix for those things. And they don't have to spend the money to make the fix. They just get a cut. And again, when we look at the platform holder getting a 30% cut of it, that means that as an organization, Microsoft is taking 70% of all of those microtransactions because they also own Bethesda. So Bethesda's getting 40%, Microsoft's getting 30%. So they're happy if you're buying it through the Xbox store, you know?
At this point, I'll be legitimately amazed if The Elder Scrolls 6 manages to claw its way past a 6 out of 10, and that is being very generous given Bethesda's downward spiral as of late. Bethesda's golden era truly does feel like a distant memory. Morrowind, Oblivion, and Skyrim, all games that refine magic with its living ecosystems and modding potential. These games weren't perfect by any stretch of the means, but they meant something. They were engaging, and Bethesda poured care and affection into these projects.
Well, and I think he put it really well earlier. Goated Sinro put it really well earlier when he said there was used to be a player-centered, like player-first approach. That was their focus. They wanted a player-focused approach to everything. It was about the games. It was about the content within the game, and it was about the exploration and the fun factor. Now, everything is built around paid mods. Everything is built around this idea of later monetization and cash flows. And you feel it. Like, you feel it as a player when something has been built for the business side of it instead of built for the game itself. You just feel it. And this is why I've said multiple times in this video already. It's important for us to remember that our perception of Bethesda or our idealized version of Bethesda is not necessarily what they are or how they view themselves. Because I really don't think that Todd views the company the same way he did back in 2010. I think he views it as this amazing business that's able to generate extraordinary revenue with quite low effort. And ultimately, he wants to make like good games, no doubt. But he also wants to make a lot of that cash money. He is reaching retirement age. I don't blame him. Dude's got millions already, but I'm sure he's like, we can get a little more. You know, it is a business after all.
Unlike the corporate slop that we've been seeing as of late, especially with Starfield. I mean, the intended purpose of Starfield was clear. It was to demonstrate Bethesda's evolution, free of the constraints of Fallout or The Elder Scrolls, a brand new IP to show how innovative Bethesda could truly be. And yeah, they definitely showed us, well, something. If that something was a disjointed mess, they showed us that. It lacked the emotional weight of its competitors. Its story was nowhere near as good, even from their previous games, which weren't really that detailed either. And overall, it was just a total mess. That's what we've got to go off as of right now. That is the case study that we should reflect The Elder Scrolls 6 with, and unfortunately, it's not exactly the best of case studies, so you can understand why everyone is panicking so much. It may seem like all doom and gloom, and that's unfortunately because it is. We haven't got too much hope for Bethesda, and as a company, they're not exactly on the up. From a lack of innovation to just pure greed, I feel like Bethesda have lost a lot of fans, and they're only going to lose even more if they continue down this trajectory. but hey, as long as they're making money, who really cares? If The Elder Scrolls 6 does end up being a disappointment, then it doesn't matter all that much. We do have a lot of alternative games which will be coming out that I'm sure will fill that gap in our stomach that we've been craving in terms of RPG games. The ball is truly in their court at the moment, and what they go ahead and do with it will truly shape them for the years to come. Fingers crossed for a good outcome, but I just don't see that happening, unfortunately. But that's going to be all from me today. Hey.
It's true, the balls are in their court. Todd, my balls are yours. Let's see what he does with them. We'll see what he does with them. Good video from the one and only Goated Sinrio. I recommend that you go give him a sub. The video will be linked, of course, in the description box with the clip of this. But overall, I mean, again, I think we all want what's best for Bethesda and for Elder Scrolls. And ultimately, the reason why we're able to talk about this so long, for years and years and years, is because at the end of the day, we're fans. At the end of the day, we want Elder Scrolls 6 to be great. We want them to learn the lessons that they have ignored for years. And I hope that they can actually react to that and respond to it, and we can make improvements based on it. But as we said at the top of this video, I've seen so many staple and telltale signs of like willing disregard for fan feedback that does not tell them what they want to hear. Like, even when Emil Pagliarulo responded to Shattered Space, the response was so negative to what he said that he literally deleted his X account and left to go to Blue Sky. Which, like, that's literally how you just stick your head in the dirt and don't make any progress. Like, again, if you go to this post, this Reddit post, Emil Pagliarulo talks about the criticisms of Shattered Space. Your thoughts, you hit open, doesn't exist. You deleted it. Like, if you can't handle the critiques of your fans, what are we doing? Like, how should we have any confidence in you at all? I don't think we should. I wonder if somebody backed it up. Can I find the backup of it? Let me see. Copy link address. Maybe if I do, maybe Archive has it. No, maybe Wayback Machine. Maybe they have it. Let's see. Oh, yep. Somebody did save it. Let's see. Loading. Let's see what he said. That was so bashed that he deleted his X account. Yeah, he had to live with the consequences.
Live with the consequences.
You chose to broke the law. Live with the consequences. Is this it? No, because he would have deleted it earlier. Just load. Load, damn you. It's trying. It's trying. Slowly but surely. Oh no, it backed up this. Yeah, I want like even earlier. When it was posted. Let's see. I don't know when he deleted his account, so I don't know precisely when it happened. Let's see. If you wrote Starfield Quest, you should be fired and go to jail. Straight to jail, right away. Right to jail. Right to jail. Okay. It's trying. Dude, these tweets are hard to find. Did somebody echo them? Does this mean Emil's not writing Elder Scrolls 6? Is there hope? He definitely is. It's just Todd has moved on to the next big thing, and MMO works on Ripple stuff because he doesn't have the same level of responsibility. No, it's still busted. Okay. Well, what are you gonna do? I think IGN, maybe they typically copy and paste the text. Yeah, I'm very proud of Shattered Space. We all are. let's see. He confirmed that most of the quests and levels in the expansion were developed by designers who worked on previous Bethesda games and DLC going all the way back to 2002. They're very good at what they do, and it shows. It was universally panned. Like, it was this is not like a hot take, you know? Everybody thought it was garbage. If folks haven't played Shattered Space and they like Starfield, I think they're missing out. If folks played Shattered Space and still don't like it, that makes me sad, honestly. Just know that we've been hearing from a lot of people that love it. This is a prime example of what I was talking about earlier. It's selective listening. They're looking for feedback that they like, and then when they hear feedback they don't, it makes them sad and they ignore it. Like, that makes me sad. Shut up. It's just crazy, dude. But again, it goes back to what we said with the Jeff Bezos quote. If the data and the anecdote disagree, usually the data is wrong. Either the data was incorrectly collected, there's some methodology issue, but something's gone wrong if there's a disagreement between the data and sort of the broader perception and individual perceptions of something. And ultimately, as I've said, perception is the reality you have to deal with. Whether it's true or not, capital T true, that's what you have to deal with. If people perceive the game as bad, or the perception is bad, or the studio is being incompetent, that's what you got to deal with. Sorry, that's what your customers think. But there's just no acknowledgement of that. Instead, it just seems like, oh, it's too hot, get out of the kitchen. That's what they're doing. Oh, the feedback on X was too negative, delete my account and go to Blue Sky. That's why I have such low confidence in Elder Scrolls 6, is because if they can't even handle feedback that's negative to the point where they're leaving entire social media platforms, why should I feel confident that they've listened to the feedback and they're going to make improvements based on it? You know, I just don't see it. So we'll see. And better believe it, Todd, I'm going to be watching. We both are. I'm going to be watching. I'm definitely not going to be included in any early access coverage for Elder Scrolls 6. No shot. But I will talk about it. You can't get away from me that easy. They're like, please, Luke, stop. Shut up. No. Not happening. We're talking. It's going to be all we talk about for a while, I tell you what. Rawhawk, thank you for the 5. Expedition 33, Split Fiction, Death Stranding, Donkey Kong, and Silksong are all locks for Game of the Year. Odds of KCD 2 not making it with Indiana Jones, Ghost of Yotei, and Metroid still in it too. I think the most likely to get dropped off the list are probably Death Stranding and Split Fiction. I think they're both, like, Split Fiction I think is very, very good, but I feel like it's already kind of gotten washed out by some of the other stuff. So right now I think the front runners for nominees, I think they do 6. I think it's Expedition, KCD, I think Silksong, Donkey Kong, that gets us to 4. We probably see Ghost of Yotei. And that leaves like 1 slot maybe for like a Metroid, or did I say Death Stranding? Like one of those landing in there. Yeah. Donkey Kong, lol. Dude, the people who are into Donkey Kong and like Nintendo stuff are crazy. They will put that above everything else. Because how it works, it's like a jury and they poll a bunch of different people at various media outlets. And they all nominate and vote for their top choices, and then those get nominated for the final voting. So we're talking about like game journalists, and game journalists love their Nintendo stuff. They love it. Donkey Kong above KCD, really? I mean, I think KCD is top 2 this year with Expedition. So for me, as far as I can tell, that's the final grouping. But yeah, I didn't play Donkey Kong. I'm not big into collectathon stuff, so it was never going to be like a game for me. But the reason why I say that it's on the list is because I know the people that do like collectathons said they really, really liked it. Oh yeah, Blue Prince. You're right, Blue Prince. Yeah, Blue Prince is big. Blue Prince is a big one. That also easily could get up there. But I think Blueprints was probably played by a lot less people than some of the other games on the list. And you got to remember, like, the way that it's broken down is that it's a jury of game journalists. And if the jury didn't play it, they're not going to nominate it, you know? So Blueprints, I think, could fall off probably before Split Fiction does. But if you're going by pure Metacritic, then Blueprints would beat out a lot of games. I mean, it would beat out, like, Death Stranding. I don't know where Silksong is now. I don't know, actually. The reviews were kind of slow to trickle in. There's still only 21 reviews. Really? We'll see how more trickle in. I'm surprised it's not more. A lot of big games, there's a lot more reviews. Granted, they didn't send out codes early, which is part of it, like, certainly. But I'm still, after all this time, it still doesn't have more reviews. It's been like a week and a half. But, like, what's another big game this year? Maybe just Kingdom Come. How many reviews do they have? 75? So they've got over 3 times the reviews. So we'll see if they can keep, you know, the Metacritic that high with a lot more reviews, but time will tell. Time will tell. My hot take is that all 6 of this year's nominees would have won last year. I don't think that's that hot of a take. I mean, I think last year was a little dry, and yeah. I mean, I think all of these games are phenomenal. It's a very good year. Very, very good year. So Yote's gonna win because Sony owns Jeff. I'd say Kojima owns Jeff. Kojima can call Jeff up in the middle of the night. Jeff's taking that call. Tell you what. So, yeah, I'd say if we're playing that game, I think, you know. If KCD is not even nominated, I ain't watching Jeff anymore. Well, in his defense, it would not be Jeff's fault. The way that they break it down is, and I'll show you this before we wrap up, the Game Awards. You can see the outlets that are involved. So if you go to the website, thegameawards.com, and it loads, and it keeps loading. News about host, advisory, press contact, trophy, poster, icon, logo, host, blah, 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 advisory board. Okay, look at this. They help guide and advance the mission of the Game Awards. They're not involved in the selection of award nominees or winners and learns of the results of the voting at the same time as the general public. But these are the people involved in, like, the back end production of the event. President of Activision, CEO of AMD, president of EA, Epic Games in general, Kojima, Phil Spencer, head of Riot, the head of Nintendo, Rockstar, head of Ubisoft, head of Tencent, the head of Sony, Valve. Like, it is a corporate event, okay? Don't get it twisted. It is a corporate event. Do they have the list? Did they get rid of the list? Contact us. The Game Awards about privacy terms. They might have gotten rid of the list. They used to have a list of who was, like, on the jury. Maybe they announced that later. Yeah, I guess they announced that later. Because last year they definitely had a list of all of the people on the jury that were involved with it, but they don't have that this time. So it makes me think maybe they announce it later. Interesting. Well, we'll get there eventually. We'll talk about it. Yeah, it changes every year. Yeah, I don't know. Anyway. Kind of weird Rockstar is there. They never use the show as a stage for anything. Are you sure about that? I don't know. Maybe I will say this. it is interesting that all of these are the corporations: Activision, AMD, EA, Epic. Kojima's got his own company. Microsoft. All of those are parent organizations. Except for, I guess you could say, Activision, which is a subsidiary of Phil's thing. But it's so big that it could kind of be its own thing. I get it. But all of these are kind of standalone, gigantic corporations. Rockstar is a single game development house underneath Take-Two Interactive. Why are they put next to all of the other big guys? I wonder. Maybe, just maybe, Jeffrey has something exciting to share soon. Buyout incoming? No, I think Jeff might have a trick up his sleeve for the Game Awards. Yeah. That's what I'm suggesting. Yes. Borderlands? No, that's not Rockstar. You're thinking of Take-Two. Take-Two owns 2K, and 2K publishes Borderlands. Rockstar is its own thing. Rockstar is on a different branch of the family tree. Because again, like we have this. You have Take-Two. Okay, this is like their stock ticker. And then you have over here 2K, and 2K does like Borderlands. They do Mafia. You know, they do all of that stuff. 2K does NBA. All of that. A separate group under 2K is Rockstar, right? They didn't put Take-Two on the board. They did not put 2K on the board. They put Rockstar. And Rockstar only does one thing. They just make games. They just make GTA, Red Dead. That's what they do. Red Dead 2 Next Gen? That could be it. It could be something just like that, but yeah. I don't think it's a coincidence, is my point. I think it's a very precise selection to put that on there. Yeah. I think he's telling us something. Basically, WWE and UFC under 2K or Take-Two Interactive. I think they're published by 2K as well, but I'd have to double check. Not sure. Okay. Did I read this one? Yeah. The Tyler, the 4 months. Hell yeah. Thank you, my friend. 4 months at the show off tier. That's fantastic. And yes, we did talk about that earlier in the stream, the leak of the review. Yeah. Did you get an early look on the AC Shadows DLC? I don't know. I don't know. Shut up. Eric says with a 5, Fallout 4 came out when I was 19. Fallout 5 will come out when I'm 39, probably. Yep. That's not even wrong, dude. That's not even wrong. If they do have a project between, because again, just to make you all feel really, really freaking old, Fallout 4 comes out. I just split Jeff's head perfectly in half. Fallout 4 comes out 2015. Okay? Do a timeline. This was circa 2015. Fallout 76 comes out in 2018. Okay? Then we have Starfield circa 23. I don't know what kind of 3 that is. Jesus. 3 is Starfield. Okay. Elder Scrolls 6 is probably like, honestly, probably it's maybe like 28. Okay. They're saying there might be another mystery project after that. That could be like Elder Scrolls 76. Okay, so let's just say like Elder Scrolls 76, and we'll say that is circa. It took them 3 years after Fallout 4 to make Fallout 76. Let's be generous and say it's 2031. Okay, 2031. Another 5-ish years, 4 or 5 years to make Fallout 5. Fallout 4 and then Fallout 5. That would put it circa 2034, 2035, 2036. Let's say 35. That is literally 20 years. 20 years between Fallout releases. And this is like a fairly conservative estimate. And there will still be load screens. Oh my God. Yeah. So just let that simmer. Let that settle in. But at least you have Fallout 76, right? At least you can do that. That's depressing. Yeah, dude. Yeah. I will be on the fast track to 40 by then. I played Fallout 4 when I was 18. And I will play Fallout 5 when I'm 38. Just about. Yeah. Figure that one out. It hurts. Yep, sure does. Sure does. Do you think we're going to get something on Ghost of Yotei in the final state of play? Yeah, I mean, if they do a state of play at the end of September, we're going to see something for it. Probably like a launch trailer, just like a final 60-second trailer or something. Just something small. But yeah, we probably see something. Damn, yeah, I was 25 when I played Fallout 4 when it launched. Yep, and you'll be 45 for Fallout 5. Figure that out. Yeah, that hurts. Luke, I was trying to link my Discord, but it doesn't give me the option. Am I just dumb? Trick question. Yes, I am. If you, for one, it should let you link your Discord to your YouTube account. If it's giving you trouble, or like if you link it and it doesn't invite you to the server, just send me an email. It's the email in the link tree that's in the description and all this. It's luke@28thav.com. But send me an email with a screenshot proving you're a member, and I can hook you up with access to the Discord. It happens sometimes. It happens. Yeah. It's okay. Anyway. We got through a lot today, fam. We really did. I'm a happy camper, and we still had some things I wanted to talk about that we didn't get through, but it's always good to feel like we had a really productive stream, and we went for over 4 hours rocking and rolling. So truly thank you for hanging out. The Druckmann jingle, hold on, let me pull it up. Hold on, I do have it. Please hold. Here it is.
Neil has a lot more money than you. He's better than us. We're poor.
Neil has a lot more money than us. He's better than us. We're poor. It's true. I also did this one. Otad Magister Fabularum. Todd Howard, master of stories, whose vision creates stars and worlds. In Starfield, your glorious work, you give endless galaxies to mortals. Through the astral paths you lead us, wandering among stars and nebulae. Bethesda, your holy temple, where narrative and freedom unite. Grant us, we pray, celestial travelers, that we may find strength in your worlds, explorers, heroes, and dreamers, forever beneath your starlight. Amen. Praise be. It's beautiful. Praise be. This is one of the moments where I need Todd to tune into a stream one day and he's listening to that. I need that to happen, man. Can you imagine how uncomfortable that must be? But it's gotta be so damn funny, man. One day if I ever meet him, maybe I'll offer to do a live rendition. I'll memorize that and then I'll just like make him stand in a corner awkwardly while I sing it to him. That could be good. Why does this go kind of hard? I don't know, dude. It's pretty good, though. As far as Latin chorus choir songs about video game developers go, it's pretty good. It's one of the best I've heard, frankly. One of the best. Okay. Thank you guys for hanging out with me. Thank you for watching and all this. You guys are amazing. I appreciate the gosh darn heck out of you. Cool Master Manga, by the way. Thank you for the resub. Keep doing what you're doing, brother. Thank you, my friend. Thank you for watching. Yeah, we'll be back rocking and rolling on Wednesday. We'll do the podcast with Jor. It's going to be a good time talking about probably a rumored state of play and things that are happening. So buckle up for that. In the meantime, thank you for watching. Thank you for making my dreams a reality every day. You humble me. And who knows, maybe one day we'll be able to play a game from Naughty Monica together on stream here, rocking and rolling. We can only hope. Until next time, my friends, much love. Have a fantastic rest of your day. I'll see you soon. Hugs and kisses. Bye-bye.